Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, January the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quickly, a couple of yeses. Let me know if you can see my screen and you can hear me. You know what? You can't see my screen. The reason being I haven't started screen sharing. Here we go. Now you should be able to hear my screen. See my screen. Here we go. All right, what is happening this morning? So a couple of ones. Zynga, in case you see this one, ZNGA. This is a buyout, so don't get too excited about this one. And another buyout is APR. APR is another buyout. You can see it flatlining right up here. I think the buyout price is $37.50. So we have a couple of buyouts this morning, ZNGA and also APR. So what is happening? Well, first of all, the market is in for, looks like a sizable negative open right now. You know, looking at the SPY, it looks like the SPY's had a 45-minute straight down right here, a little bit of a base here. So definitely going to have a negative open to start the week. Tilray, TLRY. Earnings play, cannabis play out of Canada, of course. I don't know. Maybe half a billion, 443 million in the float, coming into some resistance already. I just don't have any faith in any of these that they're going to sustain. But again, we just have to wait for the market open to see how much further these sort of stocks, especially these cannabis plays, can go. AEHR continues. Let's see, big bad day on Friday and continuing down. No real news. Just giving it up. RVPH. Let's see, is it holding the gap at all? A little bit. So they did have some news. FDA okays a phase 3 trial. 200-day moving average is up here. That's actually far enough away. So, you know, all we can do is wait to see if this holds this gap. Doesn't look great. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, 15-minute chart. You don't see my screen. I'm sorry, YouTubers. Just a minute. There you go. Sorry about that. BBLG. I don't think I saw any specific news. Now I do. Shares are higher ahead of release of pre-recorded presentation of the Wainwright Conference. Okay. Another low float situation, 7.2 million in the float. This could be interesting. MOLN. Partnership with Novartis, NVS. It's a virus play. Almost an all-time high now. This is a IPO back in June. Really done not too much. This is a relatively low float. This is a Swiss stock. PSTI. All right, PSTI, collaboration with Tenuva to develop something, to develop cultured cell-based food products, all right? So that's their big news this morning for PSTI. Lulu. More expensive stock. Lulu, they are guiding poorly for Q4. All right, so this is a big gap down, pretty big gap down for Lulu, down 5.6%, $20. Casper just showed up. CSPR just showed up as I was opening the room. All I can see a bunch of class action suits. I don't see any specific. I don't see any specific reason for this, other than a bunch of class action suits. Of which there are many, many, many. And as I'm watching some of the gap downs, the LCID is starting to gap down a bit. I had a nice run at the end of the day on Friday. Starting to gap down a little bit. I'm hearing Mara. Boy, so crypto obviously is still in the tank. BITO, let's take a look at BITO. Probably, yeah. See one of the ones I have thumbnailed. I don't know why, but I have this one still thumbnailed. ESSC. Little pop here, ESSC. Yeah, ISIG. Oh man, it's still not dead. ISIG on the move here. ISIG, but all I can say is just warn you. You know, you're going to do this one. You got to be very nimble. Look at this. I mean, what did it get up to 28.71? It already dropped to almost $3 just like that. This one I'm not quite understanding. It seems to be like a spin-off of some sort. ACY. We're seeing this down 79%. I'm just not quite getting the news on it. Wholly owned subsidiary, 5-to-1 forward stock split. That was announced on the 12th. I'm sorry, on the 17th. Is this when it takes effect? No, that should have been on the 30th. So I don't quite. There's got to be something I'm just not understanding, because the stock split was effective on the 30th. We are now on the 10th, of course, January. So not quite sure. Understanding. Another one that is just, I don't want to say tanking, but Palantir, PLTR. Just drifting down. Nothing holding this up now. So I guess the conjecture, if Zynga can get bought, why not us? So PLTK, I guess that's hi real, by the way. Oops, PLTK. Israeli stock, not very much volume yet, but all right, let me head over to my email and check to see how active the analysts have been this morning with their upgrades and downgrades. It hasn't quite hit my email yet. There it is. Okay, how active are they? Wow, they're still super active on their upgrades and downgrades. I'll get a few of them in. Yeah, so somebody asked, is the sell-off going to continue? I have no idea. What do you think sees the day? I mean, nobody knows. Nobody can possibly know. Is the sell-off going to continue? Maybe. All right, I'll try to get some of these. There are a ton of upgrades and downgrades this morning, so I'll get a few of them in anyway. And really what I'm looking for, trying to see if one stock is getting either multiple upgrades or downgrades from various brokerage firms. I don't see any right now. Nothing's jumping out at me. All right, guys, just a few more upgrades to go before I get to the downgrades. All right, that's enough. Here's some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. And there are a few more downgrades. Can't fit them all in my monitor or my screen. I have to do some scrolling here. Again, just looking to see if is there a pattern here. Just looks pretty widespread. Just a few more to go. HW. All right, guys. I mean, there's so many upgrades, so many downgrades. I didn't get them all in, but I got a few of them in. A, B, and B. The last one, Airbnb. So there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Take a look at Real's talking about CAH, Cardinal Health. All right, so there's Cardinal Health, CAH, and yeah, I mean, it's obviously, if you look at this daily chart, it's broken down through that little area, guarding lower, just like Lulu, obviously not the same sector at all, but Lulu doing the same thing, big retailer, of course. Lulu guiding lower for Q4. Tech support, how can I turn AI voice? Are you still here? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about how do you get a sound alert if you have the AI, Holly? That's what you mean? Mara is continuing. I hear it. Mara, Riot, Bitcoin, complete disarray. BITO. What is the coin now? Is it around 40,000 or 45? I don't even know. I don't even follow it like so closely like that, the price, but 40. Wow. So maybe just kind of keep an eye on the MOLN. MOLN, they've got the collaboration with Novartis, NVS. It is a virus play, almost an all-time high now. Pretty decent volume, relatively low float. Again, what happens once this market opens? I don't know. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, I'm hearing Mara Riot. Mara Riot. This is what I'm talking about, guys. My gap downs. This is I have voice on this, so it's just she's just saying Riot and Mara over and over again. And I guess I should go over the trade of the week. It is BTU, trade of the week. That free service we send out Monday morning before the market opens. BTU, let's see, considered live at 12.18. So it's quite a bit below that right now. How you trade it, of course, is up to you, but that is the trigger. Suggested trigger is 12.18. It's probably the high right there. Yeah, above the highs here. Somebody mentioned Viru. I did see Viru, but I also saw what it did. It gapped way up. It came right back down. Let's see, fast track, FDA has granted them fast track designation. So they do have some news this morning. No, man, I'm even hearing BITF now. I don't usually hear BITF, but I'm now hearing BITF. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of BITO. So another Bitcoin play. The coin is just selling off. All right, let's take a quick look to see what's happening with the major sectors. I'm going to go from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Take a look at what the major sectors are doing. Get a bit of an idea of what may happen today. Of course, this can all change. But right now, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's the energy sector, XLE. These are the stocks that make up the energy sector. That 21%, what that means is only 21% of them are above the Friday's close. All right. So even energy, which has been relatively strong this last week, we were seeing 100%, 90 to 100%, typically most days. Energy weakening. Financials, though, look at financials. 72% of them are up from the close. And so financials are definitely, as we speak, the strongest sector on the market open. Now, this can change, of course. We look at this an hour into the market, and this could really be different. But right now, financials are the strong sector. Yeah, I just can't see any news on Casper. Oh, I'm sorry. You're thinking of CPSR. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Casper CSPR. Yeah, this just sort of launched in here. CPSR. See, is there any specific news? I don't see. I don't see any specific news for it. I know they had some news on the 5th. They added a co-founder of Intergen, but I don't see any specific news for today. CPSR. It's a relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Yeah, again, I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this. Oh, this is a, okay, all right. It's a SPAC. I didn't realize it was a SPAC. So have they come out and said who they're... Okay, so, but this is back in November, so this is certainly not. So they're looking to buy this company called Genesis. So Genesis is a biotherapeutics company advancing biomimetic, super absorbent, etc. Okay, this is to do with weight and metabolic orders or disorders. All right, so that was announced back in November. I don't see any new news. I don't see any sort of update on it. Well, yeah, don't get confused. CPSR is the SPAC. CSPR is Casper. It's the sleep company. Okay, so they're two different, obviously. Casper CSPR is down. The other one, CPSR, is up. So what are they getting closer to their deal? Maybe that's why it's trying to rally a little bit here. CPSR. And I see the fun one on Friday, the IPO on Friday. I'm a little surprised. I thought maybe it would have a little kick after hours and have a little bit of a move, but it did not. That was definitely a rollicking one on Friday. HOUR. 1.5 million shares at $4. That was the IPO. You got all the way up to $10. No IPOs that I can see of until I believe Thursday and Friday this week. I think we looked at that, and there were about 3 of them. Anyway, give me a moment, please. Guys, memers getting hit here. AMC after the little flurry on Friday. AMC getting hit a little bit here again. You look at that monthly chart. I mean, there's some support down here, way down here, just a little under $10 for AMC. Let's take a look at GME. GME was weakening this morning also. Yeah. Well, I'll answer for CP. Ren, it's just news. Are you talking about the Take-Two Zynga? Just have to search on news. ZNGA, sorry, ZNGA, just search on it. My guess, there it is. I mean, Take-Two Interactive to acquire. So here's our news tab right there. You just click on it and you'll see the entire story. Okay? Just news. One minute to the open. Where's William? But thanks for the subbing him, Harry. Yeah, 1 minute to this open, everybody. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. We're going to have definitely a negative open. And I typically will not trade in the first 15, kind of wait to see how things settle down. Of course, I'll be paying really, really close attention to my 10-day daily breakdown, especially if not only is it a 10-day daily breakdown, but it has news, negative news, plus maybe it's near a lifetime low. You just have to wait and see what sort of alerts we get. Again, when I get an alert here, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade immediately. All right, we're now open. Boy, that high flyer just seems like yesterday, but it wasn't quite yesterday. It was November 18th, but this IONOQ was up to $36. Basically, you know, here's a 2/3 haircut right there. Sorry, Ren, I misunderstood what you were looking for. And Tilray, yeah, well, bye-bye. I just don't think it's going to hold, but all right, we got BBLG. Let's see, is it holding? Yeah, but it didn't really hold its pre-market gains. I mean, it got up to 418, pulled all the way down to 377. So there's BBLG. That's my notes. What is the news? I don't see any specific. I mean, they've got some kind of a release of their pre-recorded pre-recorded presentation. For the Wainwright conference. So somebody mentioned Allo earlier, and I saw this crazy pop up here, and it came right back down. This is almost an all-time low. ALLO, almost an all-time low for Allo. ALLO. Now it's early. It's early. I don't like to take even these ones early. I mean, look what happened to it. I mean, you never know. So I would be kind of waiting on this one to see what it does. It's almost an all-time low, though. And the FDA, see, it has what looks like positive news, okay? The FDA removes the clinical hold And I think that's what popped it, but the market just said, we don't care. We literally don't care. So I'd be a little reluctant right now to take this. I talked about Palantir in the pre-market. PLTR. Now this one, 1579. Now this could, again, it's still a little early. I wish these weren't coming in so early. Because, you know, things can get very whippy right off the bat. Now there's the BBLG on the way up, guys. Actually, 418. Look at this. Wow, it took out that pre-market high. Like nothing. Again, I don't. Again, just this pre-recorded release of the pre-recorded presentation at Wainwright. Low float, 7 million in the float. FNGU, isn't this a, yeah, this is an ETF, guys, so I typically don't look at ETFs at all. Well, we're getting, remember on Friday, we only had, I think, one in this daily breakdown, you know, already. So what's the market doing? Market's down 154. Look at tech just getting, NAS is just getting destroyed again. Well, BULZ, this was an IPO, I guess, back here. Oh, Bank of Montreal. I don't understand exactly what the, I don't quite understand what the relationship is here. I mean, it's the Bank of Montreal, but that's certainly not the symbol for the Bank of Montreal, so it's just one of them. All right, guys, well, the aloe is really continuing down now. PETZ just got halted. In fact, well, BBLG was halted also. So pets got halted. Was it on the way up? No, on the way down. Get out of here. Sorry, guys. This is screwing up a little bit. There we go. And we have another halt, IMMX. Are you halted on the, okay, halted on the way up, guys. IMMX halted on the way up. This has been a wild one for a few days. All right, well, listen, the aloe is now underneath. It's underneath that 13 mark. And it's almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low must be here, 1290. So it's right at that all-time low. Gives that up. Nothing holding it up now. And that's the ALLO. And then here's the Casper, CSPR. So this looks like they were going to be bought or something. Casper was going to be bought. Now that I'm looking at this, maybe this deal is off. Still don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, nice call by Real. You know, I don't take them so early, but CAH is definitely drifting down now. All right, guys, the aloe looking more and more interesting. Underneath 13, ALLO I'm referring to. So we need to get 7 minutes in now. Things have settled down maybe just a little bit. Have to not look at this big topping tail. All right, aloe looking good now. And I can't tell you to take anything, you have to make up your mind, decide yourself. All right, guys, aloe, aloe, aloe. Oh, beauty, beauty. Aloe now is a beauty. Just got to be a little, just got to be a little concerned again because of the initial reaction to their news. It was pretty good. Wow, we're getting a lot. This is Amicus. Haven't seen Amicus for a while. Fold. Fold. Amicus, what are you now? 34%. So it's not an all-time low, but maybe coming into some reasonable support not that far away. And we have Pets just, wow, a lot of action right off the bat this morning. So Pets just opened, and boy, this is shortable for me. I'm not in it yet, if ever. This is now taking out the 200-day moving average for the PETZ. And it just got halted again. No, Fold is just really tanking here. Let's see, any specific reason for it? I mean, they had some news rejecting some sales. Full year. And so obviously, whatever they're projecting is not what it's not what the market wants. And it's really that simple. This is what I see here. 350 to 365. Maybe the market was expecting a lot more. I don't know. Give me one more little collapse here for aloe. All right, guys, I did take some profit on the aloe at 56. Now I'm going to hold on to see how much further this thing can go. Only a little concerned about this topping tail there. You know, again, their initial reaction to the news was really strong, but since the market opened, we've got this beautiful red candle now. And look at that big red candle. Meanwhile, BCRX is on the move here. Now, this could be interesting. The next high looking left, 1289 a couple of days ago. So that has been taken care of. 1255, sorry, 1213, must be 1381 is the next high looking left. But I'll be honest, look at the aloe, guys. Look at aloe now. And we had an alert right here at 1335. I did not take it there. I didn't get in till the 13 break. 1288 was that's 1288. Loving it. I mean, loving these 10-day daily breakdowns, especially if they're close to all-time lows. And there are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There are well over 1 million shares. And the BBLG, yeah, the BBLG. So on the long side, the BBLG has been excellent. And it just got halted again. BBLG just got halted again. So all on this presentation that they made at this the Wainwright conference. So low float, 7.2 million in the float. That's why these sort of things can happen. How are these other ones doing from the 10-day daily breakdown? The Fold, 990. Not bad. Casper, $6. Again, this looks like, just based on this trading here, this looks like this was a buyout up here. And so when I'm looking at all these previous news releases, it's like these class action suits were piling in, suggesting, you know, the buyout is too low. And PETS just got halted at, resumed. PETZ just halted, or just resumed again through that 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is around 171, I believe. So something's up. Okay, guys, I've taken, obviously, you know, watching the aloe, taking most of my short off. I was kind of hoping it would take out 12. It didn't. It got stuck right at that whole number, just a little bit above the whole number, 1208. So I was holding my breath to see if it would take out 12. And it just started to move up. I took some more off, and now I'm almost out of the entire trade. But if it takes out 12 later on, I'll probably get back in. Now AEHR is showing up here. AEHR is showing up. So let's look left here. So on the weekly chart, looks like there's some support around, well, let's take a look here. We're at 1453, 1431, 1405. So there might be a little bit of support around the 14 level on the weekly chart. BCRX, guys. So on the long side, BCRX is in really rip mode. 175 million in the float too. So this is not a low float situation. So this is moving pretty smartly for that float. So they're guiding higher. This is not I don't think this is the official announced preliminary, etc., etc. So obviously whatever was expected, they appear that they're going to exceed expectations. Well, BULZ, I did not take this one. I'm not quite sure what the relationship is. BOM is let's see what BOM is doing. Whoops. Or BM. Bank of Montreal. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. So there's the Veru. Look at the Veru. I mean, look how you talk about topsy-turvy. Up to 636 in the pre-market. It has dropped $1 and now is actually gone negative. VERU. And wow, look underneath. Look at this monthly chart. I mean, 293. I don't know if there's any, again, specific news. Yeah, I mean, you know, some of it looks positive, the news, you know, FDA granted fast track designation, etc., etc. Market rewards it briefly and then just sells off. So I guess unless the news is absolutely stupendous, you know, nothing is going to hold. Look at the Allo. I'm not in it anymore. I'm out of my entire position. This looks like it could take out 12 though. Good morning, Anthony. Well, even the fold, I mean, I sort of kind of discounted the fold because I thought there might be too much support, not too far away, but anyway, I mean, the fold is even looking good as a short. Not in it. Broke down through the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, BBLG just opened to a flourish. Now, look left on the daily chart. The next high, 647. Is that right? No. Yeah, 647 is the next high. 537. Sorry, 537. These topping tails here on BBLG on the daily chart. Next high looking left. No. Man, Allo under 12. I'm not in it anymore. Oh man. Allo under 12. ALLO. All-time low. So tell me, if you read a press release that says FDA lifts the clinical hold for Allo, virtually unpredictable this would happen. Oh man. I probably would have held some if I hadn't seen this. It's just sort of kind of bugged me a little bit, this high up here, 17.15. Anyway, did okay on it. Well, and I think it just got halted again, or Pets Pets resumed, P-E-T-Z, pets resumed. And resuming on the way down. Oh man, Viru. It's not, would it show up here? 10-day daily breakdown. It would be a 10-day daily breakdown. Well, it's here. So far, a great day for the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. One of the scans I'm sharing. So you could have taken the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, no, obviously. I mean, look at the BBLG, 418, 575 now. Well, look at these, some of the retailers, guys. I haven't obviously looked at them all, but there's Macy's, there's American Eagle. My guess is if I looked at Nordstrom's, probably looking the same. Yeah, so that the retailers are getting hit. Boy, this BULZ, BULZ. Probably, we don't even have any float information on it. All right, so I just actually tried to take a short on this one in IB, and I got some kind of a weird message. Anybody with IB tried to short this BULZ? Or another brokerage firm even? I got a weird message. Saying not allowed to open a position. Well, it says we have shorts available, but it's giving me well, actually, let me check to see if there are shorts or how many. Yeah, it says 141,000, but when I try to short it, it gives me this kind of a strange message saying not allowed to short it because of some kind of a rule. Contract subject to 87. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Anyway, really? Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, maybe that's what it. Maybe I'd have. Anyway, I'm not too concerned about it. Maybe I have to short it in another way if I want it. It's okay. I've just never seen a message like that. Well, that's it. I mean, I can't believe that that's the Bank of Montreal. That is now their new symbol. I've seen it before. I've seen BULZ before, but I thought the Bank of Montreal was BM, to be honest, or BOM or something like that. Or maybe it's BMO. It's got to be BMO. Of course it is. It's BMO. There's the Bank of Montreal. I mean, there's the ticker that I think most of us are familiar with. So I don't know what BULZ is. Anyway, plenty of other things to do. Meanwhile, the market continued. Wow, this is a big sell-off right now, guys. SPY's down 70, Dow's down almost 400, NAS is down 300. We already had an hour sell-off, pre-market, flattened out a bit. First two candles now, 30 minutes into the market. Two big red candles. We're in kind of getting into uh-oh territory. Yeah, I do see IPSC is an AI alert, but you got to look at that spread 1446, 1491. That's pretty tough to trade. Well, anyway, you guys who have the AI, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Is BBLG still halted? Yeah, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for BBLG. There's Macy's, guys. Macy's getting kicked. The retailers are getting kicked here. Okay, there's the BBLG just opened and opened higher for a while anyway. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Whatever Bulls is, BULZ, that has been a star. Well, if you were able to get this BULZ, wow, 1223 down to 2166 now. AEHR 1440 down to 14 now. The Vero, I think, is still hanging in there, 527. Starting to fade though. Give me a moment, please. All right. Well, Al, man, I did not get into it. I know I suggested I might get back into it if it took out 12, but I did not get back into aloe. Woe is me. Well, Zach, I'm sure you're paying attention to BCRX. That's from your topping play. Just kind of holding tough here. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, back. And just kind of, I get some thumbnail charts because trying to pay attention to them. All right, BCRX is still pretty strong. If you have Zach's topping tail play, you know that this showed up, but it's not topped out yet. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 2.24 million, so that will not be an issue. The next high looking left is 1381, so it's got a ways to go there, and then there's that 200 day. So keep an eye on this one for a potential top and a short. Just checking some of these alerts from the 10-day daily breakdown. There's the Palantir 1579, 1552 right now. It's a big float. It'll take a bunch to keep moving this one. Now, this is an ETF. I could trick it. I could trick this scan not to have ETFs, but I took it out because it was every now and then it would block some stock that doesn't report or we don't seem to have information on reporting new or earnings, and it would block it. So I kept it in here, knowing though I would probably not take an ETF. And the Casper, again, I don't know what's going on with this. And the Amicus 990, where are you now? 948. Nice. You would think, looking at this monthly chart, you would think that there's some pretty good support not that far away for for Fold. Right, very, very, very different day from Friday. I mean, I think we only had one show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Even though the market, wasn't great, you just didn't see any. But boy, look at this. And again, I may be completely wrong. I mean, this monthly looks like it should hold it here, but I mean, could blow right through. Wow, look at GME. Is this finally it? Is this finally it for GME? If you weren't here on Friday, Thursday after hours, this got up to 175 on news that they were going to, start some kind of a crypto and NFT division. So the apes got all excited and bid it from 130 all the way up to 175. Close at 139, now 123. Takes out 100, maybe that'll be it. I don't know. I know, Zach. Yeah, BBLG just got halted again. So coming into maybe some resistance up here. 712 is the next high looking left, or am I wrong? Yeah, 647. So that's that topping tail up here. But as the body of that candle, this is back in let's see, November the 2nd. Give me a moment, please, guys. I have to rearrange a scan I've got so I can see the time. Give me a moment, please. I just have to do a couple things. All right. Okay. Another, is it an EV play, right? EV, yeah, EV play, HYLN. All-time low now, guys. All-time low. Not going to show up here because the relative volume is not high enough, but HYLN, all-time low. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 1.4 million. I don't think there's any safe industry right now. We saw financials. Let's just take a look at the sector status. You know, with this 500, 350. Let's take a look at the sector status. See if the financials were able to at least maintain. When we looked 10 minutes before the market opened, 73% of them were up. And look at this. Look at this. So there's just been a massive sell-off. I mean, consumer staples, 50-50. But remember, when we saw this pre-market, about 73% of the stocks were up from the close of Friday. Now look at them. Oh, man. And now fold continues down. Not in this one. The only one I took was the ALLO, ALLO. I mean, it was, you know, I was very, very happy, but I'd be a lot happier if I was still in it. What? You can't short it? Even you cannot short a BBLG? Oh boy, this looks like it a little fade starting here. You know, I mean, if take a look at this BCRX on the 2-minute chart. Look how much support there looks to be on the 2-minute chart, right around 1326. It takes that out. This could finally start to fall here. Well, I don't mark up anything, but I look at the wick. I don't mark anything up, but I mean I'm aware of the wick. That's when I say look left, I do take into account the wick. Yes. Well, there's your no shorts available for me for this one. The CPSR, not to be confused with the CSPR, but the CPSR. No shorts available for me. This looks like it's probably going to go negative. This is the SPAC. Surprised. I don't know, the SPACs are usually always shorts available. Well, boy, I sure talked myself out of this one. This has been a great percentage move since the alert guys fooled 990, now down to 915. A great percentage move. Not quite 10%, but man, oh man, that's a great percentage move on the fold short. And there are just a pile of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, and why I always mention this is because, you know, if shorts were hard to find, then you're not getting as with a lot of brokerages, and you're not going to get quite as much downward selling pressure. But I mean, you know, if shorts are available, lots of them, then you know there's no problem getting them, and again forcing some more downward selling pressure. But as always, I can only point to Interactive Brokers. I have no idea how many shorts are available at anybody else's firm. Well, here's Wolf, guys. Wolf is an all-time low. Again, one of these ones that just won't show up here because it's the relative volume. I mean, I have a pretty tough filter here. Even so, even with that tough filter, look how many alerts I'm getting. All right, my relative volume filter is set at 8. So even though this is an all-time low and this is looking pretty awesome, also the Wolf. But it's not going to show up here. Yeah, this is still pretty strong. This VCRX is still pretty strong. So this is a preliminary Q4 release. They don't release officially, I guess, till February 24th, but they are kind of giving a sneak preview, and they're obviously forecasting pretty positively. This is the only reason. That's all I can see for BCRX. But you think that this is coming into a lot of resistance, not that far away. I mean, 14 looks like a ton of resistance for BCRX. Just look at that. Look, number one, look at the 200-day moving average, right around 14. All this is right around 14. IRTC. Wow, yeah, no kidding. Not the price range I look at typically, but yeah. I mean, I see Morgan Stanley has probably, I think, raised the price target from 114 to 129, so that's above that. They're going to be presenting at conferences. So the only thing I can see specifically today is the Morgan Stanley upgrade to 129. SRP, yeah, SRP is that's Sarepta, sorry. News pending, yeah, for news. So this is not a volatility halt. This is a news halt. It's an ugly looking daily chart with these topping tails and bottoming tails for SRPT. So didn't DraftKings have a little bit of a lift on Friday with something to do with New York lotteries or New York sports betting? But look at this now, DKNG. How's Tilray doing? It's actually kind of hanging in. I'm surprised. Now here's another one, guys. QNRX. This was a bit of a flyer on Friday. I think they had some kind of news, and now giving it up and almost an all-time low. Another disastrous IPO. I mean, this is just 3 months ago. A little IPO, up to 13, down to 175. Wow, Pets, P-E-T-Z. I lost sight of this one. Look at this. I mean, you would have thought it can't go any further, can't go down anymore. Here, 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 here. I mean, it was basically now at its all-time low. Not that long ago, it got up to almost 10 back in November 9th. I mean, that's not that long, a couple of months ago, guys. This was a $10 stock down to $1. Again, you would think this is going to stall around 14. Yeah, I think you have to ask Bat Lights. Okay, you have to ask them to do it. So I'll send you the home page. I don't think you can do it manually. I mean, the default is 100. The question was resetting the simulator to a different value. The default is 100,000. So click on that homepage link and just make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, and they can do it for you. Why you can't do it yourself, I don't know. Boy, this is not, I mean, guys, I mean, look, if it takes out 14, look out. I mean, then the next highs are around 15 for the BCRX. I mean, I'll be super surprised if it just gets through 14. I mean, it's a big float, 175 million in the float. So this is I mean, it's a big move for that float. Yeah, remember Zynga is a buyout, so I didn't check it to see if it's an all stock, or sorry, cash and stock, all cash. Well, Allo, here you are. So the only thing I can think of is that, the FDA released the clinical hold for Allo. The stock, guys, I mean, this popped up to $17, all right? It came right back down almost immediately. Um, but maybe investors are saying, hey, well, mid-year 2022, that's 6 months from now, it's too long. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea why it did something like this. Typically, that's what happens, Abundant. The acquiring company, typically, if you look back historically, not just with TTWO, historically, the acquiring company usually has takes a little bit of hit, a bit of a hit. Investors, because the uncertainty, you're buying a company, the uncertainty of it all. So typically, that's what happens. The company tries to paint a rosy picture about why we're buying this company, but investors at the beginning are going, well, we're not so sure about that, so they usually punish the company. And if they're issuing shares, that's why I was wondering, if they're issuing shares, then there can be some share dilution. Now, does it always happen? No. Sometimes, you'll see a buyout, and investors reward the company, saying, "Fantastic! That's a great buy for this company." But historically, if you went back probably 20 years, and you look at all the buyouts, historically, my guess is that on the day of, anyway, the acquiring company usually gets hit. Ooh. All right, guys. Well, let's see. So we had an hour pre-market. We had an hour down. We had before the market opened, it was kind of basing, but then we had 45 minutes straight down, getting a little bit of a bounce here, guys. These are, we've got 30 minutes. What time is it now? 10:32. So okay, this candle just started, but maybe a little, bounce mode might work. I'd be a little reluctant though. Any bounce mode, anything you're looking to play a bounce. I always say it like this: you don't have to. The market doesn't have to be ripping higher for you, but you certainly don't want to see this. Three big red candles, and you're trying to play a bounce in something. Well, if you could ignore the spread for IPSC, I mean, it's not been too bad from the AI. Problem is the spread has been, anywhere from 30 to probably 60 cents. So a little tough to commit. All right, so I do see that the PSTI actually showed up in the option scanner on the way up. However, let's take a look at it, analyze it a little bit more closely. So we have the alert at $1.83. I look left and I see this area around 2. So while it's a fantastic, I mean, that's a fantastic, and look at all the volume, 24 million, it'll trade the float no problem. Well, obviously it'll trade the float no problem. The float is 28 million, it's already traded 24 million, Israeli stock. I just look at this area, that could easily stall it, and that's not that far away, so just don't have the enthusiasm for this one, even though it is coming from my option scanner. Wow, 10:35 actually. It's been a fairly quick morning. So first of all, usually do this around 10:20, but first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. Sorry, we have new time, 8 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Which I share my screen and live on the mic. Let's take a look at DWAC. Oops. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for DWAC, some volume coming in. So I always start like this. I'm going to give you my home page. My home page has a lot of information on it. Well, it's a 10-day. I mean, there's so many. I mean, BBLG. It's a gap up. It's a 10-day daily breakout. Any high of the day momentum scanner would catch a BBLG. Okay, there's no magic to this. I mean, it's up 86%. So any high of the day momentum scanner would catch this. Now, just because you get this doesn't mean it was going to keep going. So you but easily can see. Could have had any high of day momentum scanner will catch this. So I'm just looking at a couple of mine. I mean, this one, the momentum scanner. I mean, it started showing it at 9:30 right here. It's one of the ones I'm sharing on my homepage. I'm going to get to that, okay? But again, you have to understand, just because you get an alert early on something, it doesn't mean that it's going to keep doing this. So clicking on my home page, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, if you do want to take out, and I'll get to my scans, okay? But if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is how much it'll cost. You can use this promo code Barry4Alpha. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. We have 4 plans right now: an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go into in a little bit. Okay, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228, you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade from a monthly to an annual, and we will honor the 15% promo code, okay, if you do that. 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. Most of it is geared specifically to Trade Ideas. We have a big user guide. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would definitely take the 20 introductory lessons. These are going over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Daily support sessions. Today's Monday, so should be Sean in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon, and one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And today is Monday again, so that's Sean. Before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link in. You can sign up for all the webinars. We are on the Tuesday, Thursday this week, rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher or maybe even a different take. This is a great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, and it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, and that's all free. Only thing that isn't free, obviously, if you want to have my scans, right here, click here. These are the scans that I'm sharing, including the momentum up. That would have easily shown that the BBBG, okay? But I'm sharing a lot of scans. I mean, right there, I mean, it showed the 10-day daily breakout. But these are the 4 that I really, really love. I've got a lot of the other ones here, different types of trading styles, okay? But, if you ask me which ones I concentrate on, it'd be these 4 or these 5 at the top. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So if you're ever looking, maybe you're using our pre-market channel, or you've got something that you use in the pre-market, and you wonder, how come I didn't see that one? I can almost guarantee that if you use mine, especially these 2, the pre-market actives up and down, it'll pick up virtually everything that is moving in the pre-market. So again, a lot of information on these 2 links, education and my scans. If you save my link, then you can take a look at all these whenever you want. All right, now just briefly talking about trade ideas in general. What are we? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. So I already showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans, okay? Of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. Here's an example. This is the 10-day daily breakout. Right-click, configure, summary. This is what it's looking for. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? So when you are going to build your own scans, you always start off with filters. You want to get the... If I didn't have filters in place and I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs for the day, of course I'd be inundated with alerts. So I said you always start off with filters. Now the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click, configure, and search, these are all the alerts that we have. I can keep scrolling down until we hit these icons. These are the filters that we have. Now, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all right? We have a lot of alerts, a lot of filters. Why? Thousands of customers, different types of trading styles. So we feel we've created enough of them, of each, that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan that they're looking for. But again, of course you don't have to learn them all. So don't look at this and get overwhelmed thinking, I can't learn all this, is too complicated. You don't have to. You look at a Microsoft Word manual, and it looks pretty intimidating. Well, you don't have to learn everything in Microsoft Word. Right? Most of us just care about how to print and maybe how to bold and things like that. Very simple. So, but we have to create enough of alerts and filters because, again, there are a lot of different trading styles out there. Now, another thing, if you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, this is what you'll see. And these are all themed channels. So for instance, there's the momentum channel. You know, there's a fling is in here, okay? So if you like this, for instance, if you right click and configure and summary, you'll see what this is looking for. You know, stocks between $1 and $50, the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, etc. Okay? If you like this the way it is, you could save this to the cloud. I'll explain why I'm saying that. But you can always make a change. You know, maybe you like the different price range. You just change it to 10 and 50. If that's what the price range, you might want to up the minimum volume. You can do so. Okay, so I'm going to say okay. So we see how that is now changed to 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. And then, so if you made a change, and you could do the same thing with my scans, you just save the window to the cloud. And then you go on to another theme-based channel, and here's one called The Action is Heating Up. There's the BBLG as an example. You could save this one. You like the idea of this one, you know, after clicking and looking at the summary. Now, I'm going to go back to the momentum channel and just show you something. I'm going to right-click, configure, and summary. Notice how it has gone back to 1 and 50. Remember we changed it to 10 and 50? The reason it does that is that these channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change to something that is not necessarily reflective on what everybody else wants to see. So the channels are for everybody. So really what I'm really trying to show you though is that you can go to a channel, you can take a look at a scan, and if you like the look of it, you can save it to the cloud. And you can do that, kind of extract different scans from the different channels, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back, file, load from cloud. If you saved it, you'll see it up here and load. Okay, and you can just basically load all of these scans for the different channels that you saved, thereby creating your own layout. You just save all the scans, give it a name, etc., and now you've got a layout of scans that we have built for you. And of course you can tweak them if you want. And of course you can build your own scan. So we try to make it very, very simple. Is there a learning curve to using Trade Ideas? Of course there is, like any other software program. So my advice though is to take a look at the 20 lessons because that goes over all the basic features. Just give me a moment, please. I've lost my audio. Back. Now, if you have our premium service, you have access to our AI, nicknamed it Holly. This is what I would do. Make it super simple. You click on New from our toolbar, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, click on that, and when you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay, never mind these two up here. This is sort of a dock window, but don't worry about that. This is what you'll see. Okay. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You notice we had, nothing will happen until at least 9:35. You'll have obviously you'll get a real-time entry, you'll have a stop, but again, you don't have to get in right at the time of the entry. I never take a trade unless I look at the chart and take a quick glance to see how the market's trading, okay? So don't get so hung up on, man, I got an alert at 14:35 and now it's 14:40, I must have missed the trade. You know, I use this when I don't use the AI extensively, but when I do, first of all, I usually like the ones under 20, but that's just me. And, so I use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes they set up, you get an alert, and I'll look at it and go, you know what, I don't think it's quite set up correctly, or for me, maybe I put a price alert. I'll go to the chart and put a price alert saying, if it hits this price, I'll be more interested in it, things like that. Yeah, so I mean, if you're not familiar with IPOs, I mean, typically this is what happens. I mean, especially a major IPO like that. So, there's so many banks involved. So well, in the old days, you could phone your broker and say, "Hey, can I get a piece of that?" So, depending on the size of your broker, they may have some shares available. Then it depends on your broker. If he's a big hitter at the firm, his firm might say, "Hey, we're going to give you, 5,000 shares, and you can dole them out to your customers if they want them." Things like that. But typically, I mean, unless you're really, really eager to take an IPO, you're not going to get any shares until it opens. Now, this window here, this is called Brokerage Plus, this big blue window. I'm going to put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Boy, fold is just, I mean, that 9 may not hold. All right, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus. There are 2 videos in that link. One is a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But again, listen really carefully. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. All right, you can use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature. It's an option that, if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this to trade from within. But if you don't have one of those 2 accounts, it's okay. You can still use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature, okay? Not mandatory to use, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Okay, but it is a feature. It's available for you to use. It is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Now the second video goes into way more detail about how you can use this. Okay? And you can also, and this is what I like to demonstrate, it's also great to use as a simulator to paper trade, to practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're just starting out, you're wondering, you're still not sure about who you want your broker to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. You just need our standard service. Again, it uses our real-time data. Now, I'm still getting, it's simple to use. I'm still getting used to, this is a sort of a new format. I'm still getting kind of used to it. I kind of like the other one. I don't know why they changed, but they did. They made a change. When I say they, Trade Ideas, of course. But let's just say I wanted to take a trade. Oh, this was one on, oh, that's right. Swim did a financing at 1950. Got a little excited about it because it hit that was one of the only ones, I think there was only a couple that hit the 10-day daily breakdown on Friday. Swim was one of them. I thought, great, because look at all this room. And you look at the daily chart, look at all the room underneath. From it was about a 1960 alert, I think. And then we see that they were doing a financing at 1950. And that kind of held. And maybe today is going to be different. I don't know. Let's just say you thought, what, this fold, I think this 9's going to hold. Okay, so you think, okay, I'm going to take a bounce play on this. So let's just do it, okay? Let's take, and I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. And again, this is, I guess you're going to be able to put the default. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 1-cent spread. I'm going to buy it. I think I've done it correctly. Send. Okay, so it took the trade at 907. I am going to put the stop at 887. I'm going to explain why. Okay, so first of all, if you get into trading, as I say, you can practice using our simulator. One of the things about trading that I tend to emphasize is that you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Okay, I know that sounds a little crazy, but you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. So you should have some kind of a checklist, and unless you can check every single box, don't take the trade. Now, I cannot tell you what your checklist is going to be. I know what mine is. It doesn't mean you have to follow what I do. Most of the things are already checked based on my scans, okay? What do I mean by that? Well, I'm never going to be in a trade or have to look at something if it's not in the price range I want, because my scans, I've put in a price range that I want. I'm never going to see anything that doesn't have enough volume for me because I put a minimum volume in. The relative volume is going to be high. In other words, it's trading abnormally today, okay? So if I already know that when I get an alert, a lot of the things that I would normally have to check are already checked. So then the next thing I'm doing, of course, is I'm clicking on the alert. I kind of size it up. Do I like what I see? Then obviously it's going to come with some experience. I mean, I know what I like. And so if I like what I see, then I take the trade. But most of the things, again, are already checked for me because of my scans. So that's number one. Number two, everything can be checked, and guess what? The trade still may not work, even if it's the best thing you've ever seen. Let's face it, obviously, some trades are going to look better even if everything is checked. Maybe a stock has got a ton of room, you're going long something, and the next high looking left is way above it. That could be awesome. But still, sometimes it just doesn't work. So, for the way I trade, I always have a stop. I always have a price that I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Now that is only going to come with experience. How I like to do it, I like to size up on a chart where I think there's a support area on the chart, usually no lower than a 5-minute chart. And if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. I think, okay, you know what? This one's just not going to work, no matter how good I think it should have worked, or how well I think it should have worked. So that is basically the stop. Now, how you have to get comfortable how you're going to place a stop. That's how I do it. But, some will say, well, you know what? I want to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's my stop. Or the low of the previous 15-minute candle. That's my stop. Or maybe if it hits a certain moving average, that's my stop. You just have to get comfortable how you're going to place your stop. That's why you have to practice. So I put this stop purposely 20 cents away, okay, to make this math easy. So you notice my entry is 907. My stop price is 887. And for some reason, now this is maybe in this new, we should have seen a red line on the chart. Okay, at 887, that would have said about minus 100. Again, I'm on a development version, and this is newer than the one I was actually using on Friday. So it's possible there's a little bug in here in the development version, because we should have seen a big red line on the chart at 880. Oh, it would really, really help if I got the right symbol up. There we go. So you see that red line? At 887, there's the stop, okay? You can see right here on that weekly chart, it says minus 101. That's approximately $100, okay? So why does it say minus $100? Well, notice I took 500 shares. I took 500 shares, and I put a 20-cent stop away, because here's the next aspect of trading. You should always have, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade? In other words, how many dollars am I willing to risk? So you have a $5,000 account. I don't think you should be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. and I keep the trade. I keep how much I'm even in my real account. I keep how much I'm risking on a trade about the same every single trade. It's not like I risk 100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 1,500 the next, $50 the next. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. So that's why you see this minus 100, because that share size me. Why did I take 500 shares? Well, 907, 887, that's 20 cents difference. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, is approximately $100. Okay? So I've gone over a lot, but if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize more, practice trading. The other thing is, try like mad to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. I was saying before, you can get into something and it looks fantastic. Great press release, everything about it seems like it's gotta work for you, and it just doesn't work. So sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop in a situation like that because you just think it's going to turn around. So the $100 that you're planning to risk on the trade starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally give up and sell. So that can happen. But one of the worst things that can happen is for you to not obey your stop, and now you're down 200, 300, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, $500, and it's ripping for you like you thought it would. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, but I'm telling you, for all the times that does happen, and it might happen, and I'm not saying it'll never happen. Of course it will. But not obeying your stop, not applying sound money management techniques can really, really harm you in the long run. That's it. Okay, that's it. Now, I only took the one. I talk about it, Ram. I I don't know when you got into the room, but I talked about the Allo trade. 1288 was my entry. I said, look, guys, Allo, you get it here. I didn't like it right off the bat. 931. It was at 1335. I don't like taking early because they can get very choppy. But when it broke down through 12, I said, guys, I like it under 12. And I'm not telling anybody to take the same trades I'm taking. So I'm sorry, under 13. So I got in that one at 1288. Covered some at 1156, and then at 1120, and totally out of it. Sorry, 1220. All in the 12s, yeah, 1220 got. So this is typically what I do is I say, guys, really interested in something, just to say for argument's sake, well, let's take a look at the fold. I mean, I'm not saying I was really interested in a bounce on this one, but I could have been saying, guys, the longer this holds 9, and it holds 9, because look at the monthly chart, looks like there's decent support here. You might want to consider, taking this on a bounce, all right? When it starts to bounce, it's not bouncing yet. And on volume, I always say it like this, this is, if I were really interested in this one, I'd be looking at this 9 level holding. I'd say, guys, I mean, this could easily have a little bit of a bounce. Like to see the market at least a little bit on your side. I don't want to see the market continuing down. And if it did start to move higher on volume, then you can say, this looks interesting. Maybe I'll take the trade. Or if it doesn't meet your trading plan, you don't take the trade. And if you're saying, well, I don't have a trading plan, well, I mean, that's part of it too. You've got to get some kind of a trading plan. Trading plan, I mean, a lot what I've already talked about money management, but the other thing, and listen, I get it. It's hard to know if you're starting out. What style of trader you want to be. I am a momentum trader, meaning I like to see things near the high of the day or the low of the day. Okay, and I try to figure out a way to trade those sort of situations. A lot of people don't like that. They'd rather say, you know what, I'd rather wait for a pullback on a stock that's really strong and figure out a way to trade it on a pullback. And that's fine. I mean, there is no right or wrong way to trade. But the one thing is you have to get comfortable in how you want to trade. And don't get tugged in so many different directions. And by that I mean, man, there's a setup I like. Oh, well, here's another type of setup I like. And whoa, here's another one. And you can have, 10 different setups that you like. You'll never get anything done. And don't worry about the ones that, you miss from a different setup and you think, man, I wish that's the type of setup I should have. Just give me a moment. So this BCRX is still holding strongly, guys. Kind of a pre-earnings release, guiding really well. They don't really release until it looks like the February 24th. But I mean, you would think that this is a lot of resistance right up here, right around 14. Look at the 200-day moving average, 1408. Okay, and you can just see all the action right there on the daily chart. Kept trying to get through 14 many days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. And then the sellers took over and just trashed it all the way down here. But, based on their sort of pre-release of their earnings, the market has given them a nice lift. So I see Sarepta, finally came out. Nothing really. Oh, it's still halted. I'm sorry. They've given another halt or halt designation. So the first one halted because of news. Now it's halted because of extraordinary events. It never came out of that first halt. Boy, this fold. I mean, I took this in here just to show you how you can do this sort of thing. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Now, a word about my stops. My stops are the worst I want to do in a trade. That's the absolute worst I want to do. But if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before my stop. Okay, so these are hotkeys. So if I want to flatten, get out of the position, I can. That's just the hotkey. Flatten gets you out of your position. Half, of course, gets you at a half, or you could double your position. Or I could go in here manually and trade it the way I want to. Okay, so my stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. But again, if I don't like the way it's trading, or maybe all of a sudden the market just, really starts tanking again, I can always get out before. DHR, Kramer's buying DHR. Well, let's see DHR. Yeah, a little rich for my blood. And when I say that, I just have a preference. I like the ones typically under $20, $30. Doesn't mean I won't trade anything that's over that price. I typically though don't. I shy away from these ones. Only because, I obviously, you can get these smaller ones that are super active can give you like these incredible percentage moves. And that's what I really look for. But that's just me. That's not a recommendation or anything. Now, also, these columns are important. Yeah. So why do I have these columns? So okay, well today's profit and loss and close, that should be obvious. Max P&L, what that refers to is when I was in the trade with the 500 shares, what was the most I could have made? Okay, and obviously $16 is no big deal. Okay, but this can help you. Look, sometimes the easiest thing is knowing when to buy a stock. Everything is setting up, but one of the hardest things is knowing when to start taking some profit or getting out of the position, other than being stopped out. So, for instance, what you would not want to see, say at one point you had, say, a max P&L of $500 and you allowed it to turn into a big loss. You would. So that's why practice. You can practice your exits, some profit savings, things like that, and then the distance from the exit price is always helpful, because what this is telling me, this minus 5 cents, what I'd want to see is a big negative number. That would mean that where I got out, the price is way below, which is, of course, if you went long the stock, that's what you'd want to see. You wouldn't want to see distance from the exit price plus $2. That means, oh man, did I ever leave a lot of money on the table, as an example. So again, these are, use these columns to give you an idea about how good are your exits. Now the other thing is that if you want to practice swing trading, yeah, great. If you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Wow, this actually was relatively calm, ISIG. On this 2-minute chart, it wasn't completely and utterly all over the place. Very difficult trader, guys. Just remember, it's got such a low float. I mean, I'm not sure it's 922,000 shares, but whatever the float is, it's going to be very low. Then it making it, incredibly whippy and risky. But look at the volume that's coming in. Again, one of these ones that if you do get into it, you cannot wander away from your computer. What's an OLK? One of the ones in the 10-day daily breakdown last week. I think it was, wasn't it? It wasn't making an all-time low, but I think this was the day. Yeah. All right, guys. Boy, full now. I mean, let's take a look underneath. Underneath on the daily chart, the next low looking left is 864. I mean, will that hold it? So, I mean, if you're wondering why this is happening, preliminary, again, February 28th is their official. So contrast that with the other one, BCRX, which released preliminary data, and it's soaring, whereas Amica's releasing preliminary data, and it's just getting absolutely crushed. And it's sort of a pet peeve of mine too, I mean, a company, one of the rules I have, if I'm going to swing trade, is I'll never hold anything through earnings, never. Okay, but you can't guard against this if they're going to pre-release. Basically, this may as well be their earnings release. The only thing I can say is that it must have at least happened at 9:15, so you would have seen that, so you could have had the opportunity to get out of the trade, I guess, if you were in it. Just before the market opened. Yeah, in fact, this was coming, at 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Yeah, so that actually hit at 7 o'clock. So you could have got out of this one, saying, you know what, I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm not going to hold through this. So APR is the buyout. So the APR is a buyout. I think it was 37.50 if I check my notes. Yeah, 37.50. So it's basically at the buyout price. Yeah, I see Bitcoin. I see BITO. I do see it. BITO, yeah, nice little move, but what does that mean for me? Nothing. I find, it's just too erratic. I mean, it's going with the market. Try to find the stuff that is trading like the alpha stocks, the alpha plays that they don't really care what the rest of the market's doing. Like the BCRX. BCRX did not care. Look, I mean, look at this. I mean, BCRX, this is the market opening. Okay. Contrast that with what BCRX did when the market opened. Didn't care. It has news on its own, and that news, so far anyway, is enough to sustain it. I'm still thinking that, the longer it stays in this area, any sort of a drop, I think we'll get this one rolling downwards for a while. All right, 50% of his net worth into Bitcoin. All right. Yeah, OLK is on the gap up scanner. I see what you mean. Actually, it's on the unusually strong options. Ah, shoot, I missed it. I didn't see it. Now, what's looking left? What do we have? 1584. Shoot, it had room too. So we had the alert at 1421. Now it's still, it still hasn't ripped higher yet, though it did get up to 1462 from 1421. But this is still a stock that was, for 3 days it was straight down. Kind of paused yesterday. For whatever reason. Okay. So here we go. I mean, this is, again, company issuing a Q4 and FY21 sales guidance and higher, I guess, than expectations. Now, this is what we're talking about. Yeah, there's some volume coming into PST. I'd just be a little, leery of it breaking through two. You just look at all the stuff that's right around two. I always think of the whole number being in itself a bit of a psychological barrier, but you can see the action here, from about $1.80 to two right there, and all the way up. For me, it's just not clean. Clean would be this. Imagine if all of this. So imagine if all of this right here were down. I'm sorry, it's wrong one. Imagine if all of this right here, all this stuff, were below the price right here. And so when you were looking left, this would be the next one. This would be the next high you'd see. That would be awesome. You'd be looking at it you'd be looking at the next high of being what, 245. From $1.80, that'd be a great potential percentage move. But when I see all this above it, I don't like it. Doesn't mean it's not going to work, but it's one of the things on my checklist. So if I can't put a big check mark there, I just don't take the trade. And it doesn't mean, listen, many times, I'll see this thing, something like this, just keep running and running and running. It doesn't bother me too much. Wow, look at BCRX, guys. I mean, this is right at the 200-day moving average. There it is, 1408, or as Real will call it, this is the area of the 200-day moving average. And I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe it will take it out like nothing. And then when you look left, 1499 is the next high. Well, you asked me how I like it. I mean, it's got a pop on some volume. I mean, it's been beaten up for days and days and days. I don't know. Is there any specific news? Announces participation in 2 dermatology conferences in January, so there's a little bit of news on it. But do I love it? No. I mean, it's above the pre-market high. That's about the best I can say about it. It had a little pop after hours, not after hours, but Friday afternoon, and then it gave it all up. I mean, it gave it all up. Going from 6 down to 5, so it gave up, a decent percentage of it. So, traders have got a hold of this for a bit, I guess. Just give me a second here, guys. My headset is dying on me. Barry's on mute. Yes, Barry's on mute. So BCRX, I was just saying, I mean, this has now exploded through all that area that I thought might stall it, even now showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, because if you look, it would have had to take this out right here, 1418, for it to show up here. And now the relative volume is over 8. So, that's why, if anybody's wondering, well, why wasn't it earlier? Well, believe it or not, it didn't take out the 10-day daily breakout until that price. Now, I typically start really watching Zach's topping tails scan later on, after in the afternoon. There was a lot of other stuff happening, but I find that they really, when they're really set up, that's for me anyway. I do see this one, BILI. But, we had BCRX at 1332, obviously way early. Meanwhile, OLK just on them, just surging here, guys, on their pre-release. So now 1584 is the next high looking left. I mean, in theory, it still has room. Look at the volume that came in here. So this is an earnings play. I mean, may as well call it. It's an earnings play, even though it's not officially an earnings play. And what happened is, I mean, there is a way I can make this bigger, but when I had a bigger cursor, what was happening is, for whatever reason, my system was slowing down. So I had to make a decision. I mean, it's unfortunate that, and a different color, it's possible. But the thing is that typically I'm clicking on the alert. All you have to do is check the charts, because that's what I'm. So the stock I am talking about. I used to have a giant cursor, and yeah, people could see it, but for whatever reason, my system just bogged right down. But if somebody has a suggestion of a website or something that I could try, I'm more than willing. You know what, guys? This Allo now, ALLO, may be getting ripe for a bounce. I mean, look, it's already bounced from 1160, but it's getting a little more interesting here. Yeah, again, if somebody has a Pepe or somebody who knows a lot more about computers than I do, if there's a website to direct me to get a bigger cursor, maybe a colored one, and it doesn't bog me down, absolutely, I have no problem doing that. But I tried that in the past, and for whatever reason, it just wasn't as responsive. So well, that's good though. I mean, that might mean that the View app could be a magnet. Getting back there could be. Not since upgrading to Windows 11, no. Let's take a look at that. All right, I'll save that link. Thank you. I have not tried since Windows 11. So I clicked on your link, Jay, and I'll take a look at that later on. Thank you for that. Allo, guys. Allo's on the move. I mean, and the volume is coming in. Again, you have to remember, the first reaction was way up here. On their news this morning, I got all the way up to 17. All right, I've got now two websites to take a look. Thank you, Roberto. Allo, 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 guys. ALLO is on the move, and OLK on the move. I'm not in either. I did not take the big bounce on Allo, and I'm not in OLK, but just pointing out opportunities. 11:39. I will be taking my break in about 20 minutes. All I've done for me personally is just take that Allo short early. Very happy with the results. Could have got more, yes, but pretty happy for an early trade. Well, it's a chase now, yes, but I was mentioning it right here when it was just breaking out over 12. Right there. And then the volume started coming in. And maybe that VWAP, 1285, yeah, that may stall it, but I mean, it's at 1230 now, so. I have to say, oh man, what a miss though. What a miss by me on that OLK from the auction scanner. 1421 at 1114. This is what I'm talking about right here. 1421. Time was 1114. And this is now at 1524. Man, that's a big miss. I did not like the PSTI, as I mentioned, because of all this around 2. That is weird. I mean, maybe that's why. It does say Bank of Montreal up here, but 15 in brackets, 15, whatever that means. I'm sorry, forget it. That's the 15-minute chart. Getting ahead of myself here. But yeah, it says there's 141,000 shares to short, but when I tried this morning, it gave me some kind of a weird message. Yeah, I see. Also, I'm looking at FinViz, and it says a microsectors FANG and innovation. Give me a moment, please. The default settings for the 5-minute RSI, well, I don't think there is a default setting. It's just, if you're asking about RSI, it's a 14 period, if that's what you're talking about. If you click on help, yeah, I mean, it says, I'm sure it's a standard value of 14 periods, okay? Yeah, standard value of 14 periods, if that's what you mean. If you're ever wondering about anything, not just you, Terry, but if you're ever wondering about anything, you know, because the question was, what are the default settings for the 5-minute RSI alert? Well, if you click on it and then click on help, it's going to give you, you know, the definition. It's going to tell you right here, not here, well, right here. Okay? Microsoft's fancy zones and TI containers. Okay. I'm just jotting all these things down. Fancy zones. It gets harder to need a power toy setting. Okay, well, look at it. Interesting. All right, guys, it's 11:47. I just want a confirmation that it's going to be Sean in our YouTube room. Pretty sure it is, but just get a confirmation. And if it is, Sean is he's an option trader. Okay, now we don't scan for options, but you know, we do have the option filters. Let me just say, yes, so it is Sean. So if you have option related questions, again, we don't scan for options. We've got some option filters, but again, Sean is a big options trader. You can head over there. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. He'll be there right around noon. So in about, what, 12 minutes from now? I'll just put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over there when I take my break between 12 and 12:55. Yeah, for a while there, Will, I thought you were going to get mad at yourself. Massive, massive miss by me on the OLK from my, you know, really, arguably my favorite scanner. OLK at 12:21. Wow. Now this one, MOLN, had some news to do with Novartis, NVS. I mean, the volume is, I mean, look, 20 million in the float. It's traded 600,000. That's 34 times normal. I guess there was just an IPO a few months ago. Really didn't do much, except for the last 2 months, or 2 months ago, it really sank all the way down to 10. So it was cut in half. Had a decent rebound last month. And now, today, it has some news. And it's something to do with the virus and a partnership with NVS, Novartis. Well, I see GME is bounced off 120 so far, GME. I was wondering if it would hold at 120. Problem with these guys is that you never know, the company news popped it. But a lot of times, as you know, it's got nothing to do with the company. Guys, I'm interested in this BCRX to see how well it holds his 14 and moves down from it though. Question in our YouTube room, GMVD, I'm not sure I've seen that one today. GMVD, So again, I'm never 100% sure if this was an IPO or a symbol name change. So there is some news after the company partner with McDade. So it's a COVID play. I don't know. I mean, it's a COVID play. Look left. 304 is the next high looking left, and 315. So I mean, to me, what did it get up to? It could stall around that 3 mark just because of this. I mean, it's had a nice, hey, I mean, it's had a nice 5, 6, 7, 8 day run. No question about that. But, you know, I'd be a little wary about that 3 mark right here. It's a low float, 8 million in the 8.5 in the float. This is getting a little more interesting. The longer it stalls, trying to pop back through 14. Now there's a cross down. 8 EMA is crossing below the 20 SMA barely, and that's around $14. Okay, so that can be setting up a potential short sell. Show you what I'm talking about on the big. So you can just see here, you see that orange line? There's the 8 EMA crossing down below that rising 20 SMA. That can be a short signal. And the cross looks like it's right around 14. So this could be setting up, you know, as something that, yeah, could move down from here. Nothing is 100%, of course. So yeah, those two lines, the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. So on all my charts, I have most of the charts anyway. I've got the 8 EMA, which is the orange line, and that blue line is the 20 SMA. And so that, you know, in theory, when the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that can be setting up a potential short signal. Yeah, for me, the 5 minute chart, I mean, it's just chopping up and down. There's no direction yet. I mean, you know, one way or the other, it's in a kind of a channel, I guess. Will it break out above 530 or will it break down below 515? No, there's really no clue. And if it did break out, as always, if it did break out above this 530 mark, for me, it would have to do it on volume. You'd have to see a big volume burst. So we just look at the, say, a 5 minute chart and see if the candle, if it does break out, you know, in relation to the previous ones, is it a lot bigger? Like maybe this one, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be that size necessarily, but you certainly want it to be above these ones, in my opinion, to get a sustained kind of a breakout. Now, you do get that volume and it starts to break out, of course, there's no 100% guarantee that it's going to continue, but you can almost guarantee that if you don't get the volume, it's not going to. Eight EMA, Leanne. 8 EMA. No, it's the 8 EMA. It's not the SMA. So it's the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. And if it crosses down, that is setting up a potential short signal. And if it crosses up, if the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that's setting up a potential long signal, okay? It's not 100%, but it's, it is, it's something that, you should be paying attention to it and see how it trades after the cross. And the problem with the BCRX is that, it's got good news. So, how even that cross did take effect, I guess, but it does have good news. So even though you've got a cross there, you have to think, okay, but it did have some really good news, and maybe that cross is not going to be as big a deal. All right, I am just waiting for Sean to show up. Anytime now. And I'll take my break. Just get my announcement in. There you are. Okay, Sean, just let me get my announcement in. So guys, I'm on a break. Back around 12:55. Okay. All right, Sean. You just have a fine hour. All right, Sean. You just have a fine.
Well, 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 hello everybody. Thanks, Barry, for the intro. Hope everybody's doing well. Let me know if you can hear me. I got a new mic. Just installed a new mic this morning. I want to make sure it's working properly. I think it's working okay, but if somebody can just pop into the channel there and let me know you hear me, that would be great. So in the meantime, the next hour here is the live Q&A session that we do every trading day starting at noon Eastern. I typically host Mondays, so welcome. Hope you guys had a great weekend. What a great football weekend for those of you who are football fans. But we're not here to talk football. Okay, so let me, you guys don't want to see my face that much, so I'll just throw myself there down in the corner. Okay, so the way this works for the next hour is, by the way, thanks to all you guys who told me you can hear me. Awesome. So for the next hour, we're just going to take questions. Anything you guys need help with on the software, I'll do my best to answer it for you. My disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is always, I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything. So I'll do my best. If I don't know the answer, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get that answer. So what we typically do on these Monday sessions, because it's Monday, strength alerts is the topic of conversation on Mondays usually around here. So while I wait for some questions to come in, I'm just going to riff on the TI strength alerts for a little bit. For all of you who are Trade Ideas software subscribers, in your channel bar, this is the channel bar here on the left side of my screen. Let me stretch it out. You'll notice the strength alerts channel. You can find it right in here. And it's free to all Trade Ideas subscribers, so you don't need to pay any extra for it. There is also a standalone subscription to the strength alerts if you're so interested, where you will get basically just this email. If I stretch this out, you get this little thing here in email form. All right. You could just do that for $17 a month and not subscribe to Trade Ideas software. But I assume that most of you who are here right now are Trade Ideas software subscribers. And so you don't need to do anything extra. TI Strength Alerts is right here in your channel bar. And so when you go to this channel bar, you'll want to pay attention to this top list right here. These are the 5 stocks. It's always 5 stocks every Monday, or they come out over the weekend, but it's always 5 new stocks every week. And I want to bring this up. I've brought this up to you before, but if you guys have seen this for the first time, here's the performance of the TI Strength Alerts when rebalanced into this portfolio every week into the 5 new names. So basically what this means is every Monday, the way we achieve these results, I should say, these results, which by the way, let me look at the orange line. This is the relative strength index versus the S&P. I mean, the S&P's up very good over the last few years, but the TI strength alerts over the same time period just absolutely crushed the S&P 500. And how did we achieve these results using TI strength alerts? Well, we did it really, really simply. All we simply did is we invested an equal amount of money each Monday into the 5 new names while getting out of the old names. So let's say you're starting from scratch, you're starting from zero, you have no money invested. Let's say you have a $10,000 account, all right? What you basically do is you take your $10,000, the way we did is we took our $10,000, we invested $2,000 per name, right? That's 10,000 divided 5 ways, that's $2,000 each. So we invested $2,000 into J&J, $2,000 into AA, $2,000 into CB, et cetera, however many shares that buys, that's what we bought, okay? And then all we did for the rest of the week is absolutely nothing. That's right. No stop loss, no profit target, come hell or high water. We're holding those names all week long. And then on the following Monday, so literally 7 calendar days later, the old 5 names, we exit all of them at the open, market order to close right there at the open, and then take our remaining proceeds, hopefully it's a little bit more, right? Take our proceeds now, our cash, divide it 5 ways and invest in the 5 new names. And then wash, rinse, repeat every week. And that's how we achieved these incredible results. I mean, it's literally, guys, 5 minutes of work a week, literally, maybe less if you're quick on the keys. Now, look, we're not telling you that is how you should trade the TI strength alerts. In fact, I traded a little differently myself. I'm not comfortable trading without stop losses. That's just me. That's the old school trader to me. I like to have stop losses. I also like to let things run as long as they're working. So I want to hold something for longer than a week if I can. All right. So I traded a little differently, and you can trade it a little differently. Really what it comes down to is you could trade these names in any way in accordance with whatever your trading plan is. The point we're trying to make is that these 5 stocks that are surfaced by the TI strength algorithm are stocks that are exhibiting characteristics of past great swing trade winners. So for those of you, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Investors Business Daily CAN SLIM model, the IBD 50 model, where they've run exhaustive back tests and studies going back decades to uncover the biggest winners in stock market history. Well, on a smaller scale, we're doing the similar thing, right? We're doing it on a smaller time frame. We're looking for swing trades versus long-term investments. Most of our holds, most of these swing trades play out over the course of several weeks. If you're lucky, maybe a couple of months if you're really lucky. But again, it really comes down to how you want to trade these. We're just telling you that these stocks are displaying characteristics of past great swing trade winners. So use that information however you'd like. It's a pretty powerful edge, and the results really do speak for themselves. So I see a couple of questions coming in here. Let's see. Debbie, you're talking about the stock race. We'll come back to that, Deb. Michael Crum, I understand you are primarily an options trader. If so, are you willing to discuss option scans? Mike, we'll also come back to that. Let me just finish this riff on TI strength alerts, and we'll come back to both of those questions. So the next thing I want to show you guys with the TI strength alerts, and then we'll just complete this thought, is I want to show you guys, for those of you who've maybe never seen it before or considering, I want to show you how easy it is to trade using Brokerage Plus if you wanted to trade these swing alerts. So what I've done is I've set up some algorithms here. If I go to my strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, I've set up a couple custom algorithms I call swing trade buys and swing trade short. If I go up to swing trade buys and I right click on it and choose edit trading strategy, you'll see what I've done. There's a number of tabs here across the top. Now I'm demoing the trade ideas simulated trader. So this is the account you see down here, simulated trading. But if I were connected to a Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, I could send live orders. The process would be exactly the same. There's no extra steps. Once you're set up, you're good to go. But I'm going to do it here in the demo just to walk you guys through how I do it. Now, I'm going to bring you guys to the risk management tab. This is the tab that's most important to me, or where I start at least. I use a stop loss. Okay, so you could have no stop losses on your orders, but I want a stop loss to automatically go out when I enter any position. All right, now you got a few stop loss options. We're going to ignore filter right now. Filter, if you choose this option, you can go into the formulas, and this is some really harebrained stuff, brainy stuff here. We're not going to get into that. That's beyond the scope of a beginner's session here. But the next option is the stop loss, the dollars-based stop loss. So I don't recommend this, but if you tend to trade stocks that are similarly priced, maybe you have a comfort level, like you only like to trade stocks that are priced between 20 and 30 bucks, right? I mean, or maybe you trade penny stocks under $10. If that's the way you trade, that's great. You could use a dollars-based stop loss, and you could set your stop to say it'd be 75 cents, right? Or maybe $1.50 is the stop you want to put on your stocks. Again, if you're trading similarly priced stocks all the time, that's a good option. The option I prefer is percent-based stop loss. Now, I use, and Debbie, I see your question there, where do I set my stops on the strength alerts? For me personally, I use a 5% stop loss. Now, I haven't done any extensive back testing. There's no elaborate math here. It's just, for me, 5% feels like a good wiggle room for a stock that if it's going to run, it should never test a 5% pullback for my entry. If it's not going to run, I'll probably get stopped out. That's okay. Some people like 10%, some people like 8%, but for me, 5 is my number. All right, so I'm just putting that in there, 5%. All right, so that's the first part of my algorithm. This is setting me up so that any trade I get into, it's automatically going to set a 5% stop loss right at the same time, so right out of the gate. Now, I could set profit targets here. I don't do that. I don't trade with profit targets, but similarly, you could use a percent-based profit target or a dollars-based target. I use none. One of these days, I'm going to hold a stock that goes to the moon. I haven't gotten one yet, but I want to give every stock every opportunity to go as far as I can. I'm never going to get out of the top. That's not my goal. I want a stock to prove to myself, or to prove to me, that it's done going up. And the only way I can prove that is by breaking support. And I'll show you my stop losses on my open positions here in a second, show you how I do that. But so risk management, setting my stop loss at 5%. Now, that's important. But now the next step is I'm going to go to my order details tab, and this is where I'm going to set my position sizing. Okay. Now, I have it based on my stop loss, but let's review the options here before we get to what I use. The first one, the real basic one, I don't recommend people use this, but you could do a fixed shares position sizing. So maybe you like to trade in 500 share blocks, or maybe you're old school, like to trade in 1,000 share blocks, or maybe you just want to do 100 share blocks. Okay, that's fine. You can do that fixed share. Now, I don't like that. The reason why is because if I'm buying a $12 stock, and then I'm also buying $1,000 stock, let's say like a Tesla, right? 100 shares of Tesla is a very different position than 100 shares of some $12 stock, okay? The risks are not equal. And that Tesla position is going to be very heavily weighted in your portfolio. It's basically going to be Tesla driving all of your returns. That's great if it goes your way, but terrible if it's not. So I don't like fixed shares. But again, if you're trading in similar price shares or similar price stocks all the time, if you're trading penny stocks under 10 bucks a share, then maybe fixed shares is easy for you to do. Excuse me. Fixed dollars, I like this better. It's not ideal, but this is one way to keep your position sizes pretty uniform across your portfolio. So you could say, I want to invest $5,000 per name. However many shares $5,000 buys, buy it. So going back to the Tesla and the $10 stock example, with Tesla, if you're investing $5,000, you'll only buy 5 shares of Tesla approximately, right? Whereas a $10 stock, you'll buy 500 shares, okay? But the important point is that the total amount risked or the total amount invested will be the same or similar, which I don't hate that. It's not terrible, but that's a good one. But the one I prefer is based on stop loss. So for somebody like me who uses stop losses, I want to size my positions such that if my stop loss were to get hit, I'm going to lose the same amount of money in every stock, in every position, right? Whether it's Tesla or J&J or some $15 stock, every position I put on, if my stop loss gets hit, the impact to my portfolio, my capital, is going to be the same. And so for me, I like to use $200. That's just a level of capital I'm willing to risk. Your number could be different, okay? Just a little sidebar. I'm not your financial advisor, but I can tell you I've been trading for 24 years, and all the best, most successful traders I've ever met, and I've met a lot of them, very few of them will risk more than 1% of their capital on any one trade. Some will risk as much as 2%, but most will risk no more than 1% on any one idea, on any one trade. Okay, so keep that in mind. So whatever your portfolio capital is, let's say you got a $50,000 account. Okay, well, 1% of $50,000 would be $500. So maybe risking $500 per trade is the ideal number for you. I can't answer that question for you guys, but I would strongly urge you to not risk more than 2% of your capital on any one trade. For me, I like to use $200. That's good. So let's go back to the risk management tab just for a sec. So every trade I get into, my stop loss is going to be 5% away, and my risk is going to be $200. So if my stop gets hit, at least my initial stop, I'll lose approximately $200. Now that doesn't factor in slippage. That doesn't factor in commissions. That doesn't factor in an overnight gap that goes through your stop loss and there's nothing we could do and you're just going to get out at the opening print, hopefully not too far below. But these are the risks of trading. These are the risks we understand as traders. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only control what we can control. But this is the algorithm I've got set. So I could do 2-click trading. It's sexier to say 1-click trading, but in reality, it's 2 clicks. So let me just go ahead and hit OK. And let me show you how I do this. So I'm going to move this down a little bit. I'm going to go to my positions tab. Actually, we'll go to the executions tab. So you'll see I already have a few executions in here. These are positions I got stopped out of today because I had stop losses working. But I'm going to show you how easy it is using Brokerage Plus to get into these TI strength alerts trades or any trades, really. I mean, any trades you want to get into manually, you could do it very easily with Brokerage Plus. So let's bring up a J&J chart. I'm going to click on the J&J symbol here in this top list right here. Brings up the chart. There's a daily chart here and there's a weekly chart down below. I'm kind of obscuring it, but in either of these charts, to do a chart-based trade, all I need to do, because I have the algorithm set up, is I just need to right-click anywhere in this chart, choose Trade J&J, and here are my 2 custom swing trade algos that I've created. I'm going to do a buy using swing trade buys. I'm going to click that button, and then in a moment, boom, in my executions tab, you see the J&J popped in there. I bought 23 shares at 172.46. And more importantly, on this chart, you could see my stop loss level is working right down here. It's kind of hard to read here, but it spells it out. My stop is at 163.82. And if I were to get hit, I'll lose $199. So pretty close to $200, right? And there's my stop loss working in the market. How easy was that, guys? Let me show you on the next trade. We'll bring up CB. So watch this. 1 click. It's a right click, right? Hover my mouse on CB. And then this is my second click, buy using swing trade buys, and boom, I'm in. I just got filled at, I'm on a developer's version here, so sometimes there's a little hang up here, but it should get in there shortly. This is why it's a developer's version. There's bugs and slowness sometimes. It's our job as the staff here to troubleshoot the issues. So there we go. So that's why that was slow. Anyway, CB just came in, bought 20 shares at 197.24. You can see my stop loss working at 187. So I'll quickly go through these last 3 names because these are all names I want to be in. I know the market's big red day today. Markets are down, but hey, I'm trusting the math here. I'm trusting the math that over time, these edges work. Okay, so I just got into all 5 of these names. Now, if I go to my positions tab, I will see all the new names in addition to all my existing positions. Don't have a whole lot left. The way the market's been trading the last few days, got stopped out of a lot of long positions. Hey, that happens. But you can see in this column here, you can see my open P&L on these positions. Again, this is my simulated account, guys, so let's not get carried away. But these are the positions. Now, what I also like to do, and this is, then we'll finish it out on the strength alerts, guys, unless you have any more questions on strength alerts. I just go through every week on Mondays and I adjust my stops. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to adjust your stops. So you can see my stop in FHI is working right now. I've been in this trade for a little while. My stop currently, if I were to get hit, it's basically break even. I'll walk away with a $6.70 profit, right? No big shakes. But I'm going to move my stop up. I'm going to move it up. I like this little pullback that happened right here, end of December. I'm going to bring my stop right up below the low of this candle. And the way I do that is I just grab this line, click and drag. Oops, I didn't grab it. Gotta click and drag. There we go. Look how easy that was, guys. I just moved my stop and now it's working. And you can see, again, developer's version, so it pops back and forth. It's going to pop back up. I don't know why it does that. It will pop back up and it's going to show you what my P&L will be. There it is, $144.41 if my stop gets hit. Right now, I'm sitting in $304 of open profits. I could exit this trade right now. I could just hit this little flatten button right here and close the trade now and walk away with my $304 profit. But again, I'm not trying to pick tops here. I'm trying to let these things run as long as they can. You can't have a $1,200 winner if you take profits when you're only up $300, right? So we want the big winners as swing traders. That's the name of the game. So let's go through the rest of these real quick. See if I need to adjust any more stops. I'm going to leave this stop where it is. Yeah, I'm going to leave it. And there's no math here, guys. I'm just eyeballing charts. Like I mentioned before, I've been trading for 24 years. I like to keep things simple. I'm a chart-based visual trader. I just look for obvious levels of support. And for me, this KMB right now looks like right in here, right around 138, looks like a pretty good level of support. So I'm going to drag my stop up. And now it's working at this level. And if I were to get hit, I'll walk away with a $90 loss versus the $200 loss it was shown before. And let's go through the rest of these. This one's not looking good, but we'll leave that stop where it is. I never move my stops down, guys. And on all my long trades, my stops never go down. We only go in the direction of the trend. Looks like the rest of these are probably going to stay. And we just got into these other ones today, so we'll leave these for now. All right, that's it. That's how I manage. That's how I would manage. I mean, I do trade some of these with real money, these TI strength alerts, but if I were wanting to mimic or closely mimic the performance that I showed you guys at the top, I would get into all these trades Monday at the open or close to the open. We're not at the open right now, as you guys know, but I would get into these at the open and trade them with a stop loss and then just let the things run. So Debbie, I'm pretty sure I answered your question there on the stop losses, so I'll ignore that. So Debbie, your other question, how do you use the stock race to see the stocks that are doing the best as shorts? That's a good question, Deb. Let's check it out. Let's do a TI strength alerts. We'll do a stock race based off this top list window right here, which if you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, a new feature we've recently launched. It's still technically in beta, but you can play around with it. It's called the real-time stock race. So I could create a real-time stock race for this top list, which is just a unique, better visual way to see which stocks are moving relative to the others. So I could do, we'll just run this for 2 minutes. Based on price, okay. Now let's see, biggest loser wins. So Deb, I think this is how you do it. You know, we were in a meeting last week, internal meeting. We were the guys that are building this were demoing how to follow stocks that are going down. I think this is the way you do it. Biggest loser wins. So let's do this. I'm going to hit start and let's see how this looks in 30 seconds. This is hopefully hopefully we get rid of this little 30-second timer, but these stocks won't start updating until we're 30 seconds in because it follows kind of the architecture of our top list that only update every 30 seconds. But once 30 seconds are in, you're going to start seeing these things move, and let's see if they're tracking negative moves. Let's see. Here we go. We're gonna be off. Okay, yeah. So see this, and this is another thing I hope they'll change. I hope they'll turn this red. But these are the stocks that are down the most. CB's down 6 cents, AA's down 6 cents, J&J and L and Apple are probably up. So that's why they're just kind of sitting here at the starting gate, not doing anything. But that's how you get the negatives, Debbie. Stocks going down. All right, so we did it right. So we just right click. I'll just show you. Show you how we did that again. It's you check this biggest loser wins. Okay, that's the way we're doing it. Okay, how do I get back to the? How do I get back to that window? We'll run another one here. So yeah, so the TI strength alerts. I'm sorry, the races. This gets a lot more interesting when you have a lot more names in here. Like if you got a top list with 20 names in it and you put it in here, it's a nice way to see stocks performing relative to their peers, because you could have a top list. Like right now, this top list here is sorted by volume today, right? So the stocks that are trading the most volume are at the top, but that doesn't mean the J&J is the best stock to trade. If all you care about is getting into the stocks that are moving, right, then you want to see the one that's taken off. So right now, AA, I mean, it's only 1 cent, but AA is outpacing these other ones going down. Again, we set this up to be short. AA is in the middle of the pack here on this top list, but on this chart, on this graph here, it's showing it's really, really moving. That could be, Deb. This biggest losers might only be in the dev version. I know it's something that they recently released. It might not be available publicly just yet. That's a very good point, Deb. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. All right. Michael Crum. Let's go back to you, Mike, if you're still here. I understand you primarily an options trader. That's true. Yes, I primarily trade options these days. If so, are you willing to discuss options scans, or is this session just for strength alerts? No, we can discuss anything you want, Michael. Anything in particular you're looking for when it comes to options? I mean, full caveat here, guys, if you haven't heard this spiel before. Trade ideas, data, the data that we have, data, tomato. The data that we have is primarily for equities traders. So if I open up a top list window here real quick and I go into the search tab and I type in the keyword options, you will find the entirety of our options specific data. And you'll notice if you look into this, all this options data is based on total options volumes. So put volumes, call volumes, the ratio. Excuse me, got like a frog in my throat. So it's all volume based. What you're not going to find here, if you're a hardcore options trader, you're going to be looking for this stuff and you're not going to be able to find it. You're not going to be able to find the Greeks, right? You're not going to be able to find the delta values, the theta, the gamma, the vega, all that stuff. You're not going to be able to find implied volatility, which is an important metric for options traders. You're not going to be able to see strike specific data, expiration specific data. You're not going to be able to see how spreads are priced. You're not going to be able to see any of that stuff that a hardcore options trader like myself needs. So the way an options trader uses trade ideas, that's not to say that an options trader can't use trade ideas. It just depends on what kind of options trader you are. If you are an options trader who is making directional bets on stocks using options, so let's keep it simple. Let's say when you're bullish, you're buying calls, and when you're bearish, you're buying puts. If that's the type of trader you are with options, then trade ideas will work just fine for you, same way it would work for a stock trader. Because if you're making directional bets with options, all you care about is finding stocks that are setting up to move, right? If you like, let's say you're bullish and you're looking for some bullish setups, you're going to find stocks that are setting up bullishly the same way a stock trader will find them. You're just going to express your trade using options. All right. So one thing that I'll encourage you to use though, when you're setting up your scans, if you're specifically looking to trade options, is I would use probably the options volume today filter. Add this filter here. So you highlight it, hit add filter, and make sure you put a value in here. Now, if you just put 1, then basically what that means is you're not going to see a stock show up in your scan unless it's traded at least 1 option contract today. And what does that tell you? That tells you that the stock is in fact optionable. Options traders know that not every stock has an options market. You can't trade options on every stock. Now, the vast majority of the big caps, the biggest names, the most liquid names in the market, they have options. But just because they have options doesn't necessarily mean those options are liquid. That's the other trouble that you run into, right? There could be a stock that has options listed, but the bid-ask spreads you could drive a truck through, right? It must like an at-the-money call might be bid 50 cents, offered $5, right? I mean, that's not an option you want to trade, or it might just have no volume. So if you put 1 in here for options volume today, that's simply just going to show you that a stock does in fact have options available. But you might want to make this number a bit higher, set it at like, I don't know, 10,000. You want stocks who've traded at least 10,000 contracts today, so that at least there's some liquidity there. It's not a perfect filter. You're still going to have to do the work, and you're still going to have to decide once you're staring at the bid-ask spread on your execution platform whether or not you want to take the trade. But this will help at least weed out the stocks you definitely don't want to trade options on. Okay. So Michael, you're saying you have created an options breaking out on volume scan. Great. Awesome. So that means you know how to build topless and lure windows. So that's awesome. Just wondering if there are other options. Well, it's, again, going back to the data, anything option specific, this is the data that you're limited to. Now, if you're looking for some other ideas for some scans, you got 2 options. If you go to your channel bar and scroll down, somewhere near the bottom, I believe, there it is. We have an unusual options channel. So if you pull up this channel, we got a few top lists here in a multi-strategy window that's uncovering some action in optionable stocks. So you might want to play around with these. Michael, I myself have never really used them, so I can't comment on whether they're good or bad or what their limitations are. I don't use them, but these might give you some ideas. You can always just go under the hood, you right click, hit configure, and see what kind of filters are set. Or just go to the summary tab, and this will give you a little bit more color of what's going on there. So it's looking for, probably the key metric here is that this particular scan is looking for stocks where the options volume is at least 200% normal. So you're seeing an elevated options volume. So that means people are getting aggressive for, who knows? It could be because earnings are coming up, which is a common reason why options volumes tend to rise. There could be an event on the horizon, maybe a new product release, or maybe a new hire. Maybe they hired a new CEO, or maybe somebody knows something. The old somebody knows something insider trader putting on a big trade, trying to sneak one past the market. We don't know, but it's always nice to know that there's elevated options activity. That's usually a sign that there's something going on, something you might want to pay attention to. So Mike, you might want to go to that unusual options channel. Play around there. Also, you could also hang out here in this channel. When we're done, we're going to go back to the live training room with Barry. I know Barry's got a options trading scan that he really likes. I might have it here in my cloud. Let me see. I know I saved that a while back. Let's see. I think this is the one I got from Barry. This moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Let's load it up, see what it looks like. So here's a stock bouncing off the bottom. That's pretty nice move. Let's go into the history here, see what fired today. All OLK looks like. Oh, PSTI was in here. So some elevated options activity. And these two names really are the only ones firing today. I mean, this is a bullish scan, right? I mean, the market's been getting poleaxed today. Let's pull the S&P. What's the S&P doing? I mean, S&P still, we had a little bit of bounce, but it's looking like it might want to test the lows once again. And so I'm not surprised we're not seeing too many alerts come through. Just two stocks, OLK and PSTI. But Mike, if you want, I could share this with you if you'd like. Let's do this. And if you don't already have it, I'm going to. Oops, hold on. Let me get this to real time before I share it with you. I'm going to save it to my cloud. Save and share. There's the copy. And this is for any of you guys, whether it's Mike or somebody else. Moving higher with unusually. I'm typing it out. Okay, Mike, you've got it. But if anyone else wants it, here's the cloud link. I just put it in the chat window there. All right. All right, Mike, let me know if you have any other questions. It works good for day trading stocks. Yeah, awesome. If it works good, it works good. So, all right, folks, we have I got about 25 minutes left to hang out with you. So if you have any other questions, if you want to take this in a different direction, if you need help, if you're new here, you're struggling to build a layout, you don't know how to save your layouts, you don't know how to create a top list, we can go over any of that stuff. Iris, I see your question there. I just shared the cloud link right up there, right above your message there. But that's also the one I believe that Barry shares. So if you've gotten one from Barry already, then you've probably already got it. All right, Mike, I'm glad to help you out. I hope I'm not insulting you by calling you Mike. I know some Michaels out there just, they're Michael only. They're not Mike, they're Michael. So apologize if that's the case. Okay, Debbie's got a question. Is there any way in your configuration to filter for all stocks in a specific industry, like commercial banking, or do I have to create a symbol list with the names for that industry? So, Debbie, yes to both of those. I would recommend, if you're willing to do the work, I would recommend creating your own specific list with the stocks that you want in that sector list. Because the thing is, the sector lists often change. There's like new IPOs that happen, there's stocks that get bought out, or stocks that move. And so we do have some pre-configured sector lists, but I have to be honest with you, I don't think they're updated very often. So they might not be the best. So if I go to new here and go to say top list window, and I go to symbol lists tab, okay? If you go to this add existing list here, you'll find, energy sector. Oops, sorry. You find energy, you'll find China stocks, you'll find cybersecurity stocks, REITs. What was it you're looking for? Commercial banking. I don't know if we have a commercial bank. I know we have just a general banking sector, I'm pretty sure. Regional community banks right there. Not sure we have the exact list you're looking for. So, you could use, if you just want to use this regional community banks, you could select that. Then it's going to pop up here in your window, and just place a check in that box. And then notice up here it says only the following lists. So this top list that I'm creating will only show stocks from this sector. Okay. So that's the easy way to do it. But again, I don't know if I would trust always the symbols in there. I think for me personally, if it's that important to me, I would go through the trouble of creating my own list, and then doing it that way. And the way you do that, Deb, and just for anyone else who doesn't know, we're going to come back here for a second. I'm going to cancel out of here. To create your own custom symbol list, you go to your TI menu bar at the top, you go to Tools, you choose Symbol Lists. Ooh, this looks new. They've changed the way this looks. All right. So right here, these are my existing symbol lists that I have. Okay. If I want to create a new one, I just click create new list down here at the bottom, give it a name. We'll call it Deb's Commercial Banks, right? Click OK. Now it shows up here. See how it says empty? I have no stocks in there right now. Notice how these lists here have numbers next to them. This is how many stocks are in those lists. So if I go to Deb's Commercial Banks, I want to add stocks to it now. I just I highlight it, and then I go down here and click Edit List, and then I could start, typing in symbols. KeyBank, M&T Bank. What are some other banks? SunTrust, Bank of America. Whatever. You could add your own. You can add as many stocks as you want. Then you just hit OK. And now you got Deb's Commercial Banks list, and it's just showing 4 stocks are in there now. So now I've got that list created. I would go back to my top list that I'm creating, right? I'd go to that symbol list tab, and I would choose Add Existing List. And right here, there's Deb's Commercial Banks. It'll be up here near the top. There's the one I created. I would select it, and now it shows up here in my window. I just hit the check mark, and now this top list is going to only scan stocks on that list. So Deb, you might have understood that because I know you've been around for a while, but for some of you else who are new here, we got 50 other people here on the call. Hopefully that was instructive to you. You got too many symbol lists. Yeah. I know a lot of you like those. Okay. Ani, I hope I'm saying your name right. Ani P says, how do I know the markets included in TI scans? Does it include Canadian markets? Great question. So right here, we'll stay here in this top list configure window. You can choose the exchanges that you scan against. See this exchanges tab right here? If I hit the exchanges tab, you can see all the exchanges that we pulled data from. Now, by default, these windows always select the big 4 US exchanges, right? The NASDAQ, Amex, and the NYSE exchanges, okay? Those are always chosen by default. You could deselect them if you want, but they always select as default. And then you're asking about Canadian markets. Yes, we do have the Toronto Stock Exchange and the TSX Venture Exchange. You could add those too. Now, little word to the wise for you Canadian traders, the data that we get from those exchanges is a little bit limited. So the alerts will work. I guess let's say you have an alert to get alerted when a stock makes a new intraday high or something like that, right? Canadian stocks will come through and you will get that alert. But we do have limited filters data. So if you're looking to filter out Canadian stocks based on certain metrics that you normally use with your US stocks, you might not be able to do that. It's a limitation of the data set that these Canadian exchanges send us. So I have heard from some Canadian traders that they do find some challenges with the Canadian data. But if you're looking for simple, just alerts without too many filtering, you should be all right. I know Barry occasionally will trade some Canadian stocks, and you might ask him. Miguel, he's asking, would I recommend scans for leap options? Well, a leap option, for those of you who don't know, a leap option is a long-term option. Basically, an option that has more than a year until expiration. And anyone who's buying leap options, especially leap calls, I mean, your goals are the same as a long-term investor, right? You're just trying to do it with tying up less capital. So there's nothing unique that I can say that you should use to scan for leap options. I mean, basically, the same way you would go looking for stocks to invest in, that's the same way you would find leap candidates. All right. Obviously, you'll just want to make sure that stock is optionable. But we don't have anything specific that's going to point out leaps. I don't think you need anything specific. You just any stock that looks like a good long-term candidate to invest in or to buy for a swing trade, for a long-term swing trade, then perhaps a leap is what you need. All right. I think I am caught up here on questions. So if you guys have anything new, throw it at me. Put a little music on here in the background. Hope it's not too loud for you guys. Hopefully you can't hear it, but you might. I'm gonna bring up my layout here. This is the layout that I keep open most of the day. This is how I keep tabs on what's moving in the market. Oh, we got a stock making a new all-time. Chesapeake Energy made a new all-time high today. How about that? I always find it interesting when stocks make all-time highs on days like today, when the S&P is just getting poleaxed. Michael, you're welcome. You're welcome. Happy to help. Yeah, Deb, that's a good hack. Not a perfect hack, but those of you options traders looking for stocks, or looking to get a sense of what the volatility is, if a stock has a high ATR, which stands for average true range, if the percentage of that is high, meaning compared to normal, that's often a good indication of where implied volatility is high. If we're splitting hairs here, Deb, that technically would be a better reflection of the historical volatility, right? Because ATR is backward looking. But where there's high historical volatility, there tends to be high implied volatility. So I will allow it, Deb. Good call. Good call. So let's see if we were to bring up, let's go into a top list again. If I were using, say ATR, type in ATR. What do we call it? We call it average true range. There it is. So if you use the average true range there, the bigger, I'm just scrolling down here, see if we have anything else. No. So the wider the average true range, perhaps the larger the implied volatility. Not perfect though. Again, remember I told you, the data we have is not built for options traders, for hardcore options trader. And I include volatility data to be hardcore options trader data. I don't trade without it, by the way, guys. I mean, the options trading that I do outside of my index trading, I very much key off of implied volatility. Implied volatility is a very important metric and one of the first metrics I look at when considering putting on a trade because it informs the type of strategy I want to use. Do I want to be long volatility? Do I want to be short volatility? That has to factor into my trade decision. But that's a different discussion for a different audience, so we'll skip that. Okay, Max, good question. How can I move the whole layout on my monitor? Well, you have a couple of options now. One's a newer option, one's an old school option. I'll discuss the old school option first. So if you've got a multiple monitor setup, and I won't be able to perfectly demo it for you here because you can only see one screen of mine, but the best way to do that is first you got to go into the tools in your TI menu bar, go to tools and just make sure, we got to go into options here, go to layouts, and you want to make sure that loading layouts is open relative to, this is unchecked, okay? Because if this is checked, whenever you open a layout, it's just gonna open up on whatever your main window is, right? If you have multiple monitor setups, there's one window that's considered your main window, right? So if you have this checked, it's always gonna open in that main window. But if you have it unchecked, then that gives you some freedom to move stuff around. So just confirm that that's unchecked. So that's the first step. Once you've confirmed that, then what you do is do this. Go to your Windows tab here in the TI menu bar and choose minimize all. Okay? All it's going to do is just leave your TI menu bar open. And now you take your TI menu bar and you drag it over to your adjacent monitor, wherever it is, okay? Whether it's on the right or left. Again, I can't really demo this for you, but you just drag that over to your other monitor and then position this back up at the top of your new monitor and then go to Windows and then hit Show All, and it's going to bring all of your windows back up on the new monitor. Okay? So I hope that helps, Max. That's the old school way. The new school way, and it doesn't work perfectly, but it works if you want to open up another channel. You could use our docking feature. So in your TI menu bar, if you go to New and open up Docked Channel Bar, okay? Docked Channel Bar, that's going to open this up. Look at this. This is a whole nother window, and I could open up a channel, let's say the Buzz Social Sentiment channel, and it's all in this dock, self-contained dock, and I could take this and move it over to my adjacent monitor. So you might want to play around with that. Hope that gets you covered there, Max. Let me know. Iris, I cannot. I do not have volatility data, if that's what you were asking. If you're looking for options volatility, if that's what you're asking, we don't have that. Now we can build a scanner for stocks that do have a high ATR, average true range. So I do a top list window here, start from scratch. The key metric here being average true range. We can do that. Or change from open, percent of average true range. This might actually be better. Do a change from option, I can't talk. Change from the open, and it's the quality of this measured by the percent of the average true range. You add this filter, and maybe you set a minimum of, I don't know, let's just go hardcore here. Go minimum of 100, right? Let's hit the show me button. So show me a stock where the price is up at least 100% of ATR from the open. You know, let's even be more aggressive. Let's do 200. All right. So you might want to play around with this one. Iris, change from the open as a percentage of average true range. That's going to show you stocks that are definitely moving uncharacteristically more than their recent range. So by definition, that would be a volatile move. You might want to play around with that. So, wow, look at this stock right here, this BBLG on a day where the market's getting crushed. This thing is just ripping up. Oh, oof. Let's not get too excited. Look at the market cap of this thing, 65 million. That's just walking around money for Jeff Bezos. he can just pull that money out of his pocket and buy that company. So maybe we forget about that. O-Link, this is almost $2 billion market cap. This stock's having a nice bounce today. Rapid, this thing's getting killed. Some smaller capped company, but this one's down 23% from the opening print. That's a big move. Well, Debbie, I'm glad that creating your own filters is easy and simple for you. It's not for me. My brain doesn't think in coder. I'm a simple mathematician. I just can't wrap my head around coding. It's a failing in my humanity, I will tell you that. All right, folks, I got 8 minutes left to hang out with you. So if there's anything we haven't covered yet today that you would like me to cover, happy to do so. In the meantime, while I wait for some last questions, Iris, I didn't create anything there for me to share. I just showed you which filter you want to play around with. We didn't do it, but go to search, average true range, type that in. And use that filter right there, change from the open, in any top list or alert window that you create. All right. I mean, I don't have any inside knowledge on what's the best thing to do here. It's not something I use, but that's the filter you'll want to use to find stocks that are seeing some volatile action. And then just combine that with every other filter that you use that helps you drill into the stocks you like to trade. Okay, so if you like a stock that is above its 50-day moving average, then you put in a 50-day moving average filter. If you want stocks that have average daily volume of 1 million shares, you put that in. All right. Iris, I know you've done these before. You've been here a long time, so you should know how to do all this stuff. But this filter here might be new for you, so just try that out. Report back. Let us know how it works for you. So guys, for those of you who are new here right now, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of characters that host them. I typically do Monday, like today. You'll have Michael on Tuesdays, Steve on Wednesdays, Jamie on Thursdays, Andy on Fridays. Chris Varley will get into the mix every once in a while to give somebody a day off. So come on back. You'll have different voices, different perspectives, different tricks, different hacks. There's lots of things you can do on Trade Ideas software. I mean, there's lots of stuff you can do on Trade Ideas software, and you probably won't even need more than half of it. But it's there if you need it. Iris, I'm showing you right here on my screen right now. You could see it. Okay? You're creating a top list. Go to the search tab. Type in average true range in the search terms. You're going to find this filter right there. You highlight it. Click add filter. Set a minimum. Maybe 200 to start. That's going to show you a stock that is more than 200% up or down from its average true range. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's going to show you a stock that's up at least 2% of its average true range. So if a stock typically moves $1, if its intraday range is typically on average $1 a day, then this is going to show you stocks that are up at least $2 from the opening print. Okay, so if a stock opened at $100 a share and now it's up to north of 102, you're going to see that stock. Okay, because that means the stock is up 2% from the open, or $2 from the open, and $2 is more than twice the range of its average. The average range is $1. Debbie, for the Market Explorer, I recommend you come to the Tuesday sessions because that's a session that Michael hosts, and Michael's the one who basically built the Market Explorer. So go straight to the source. He's the guy with all the best answers for that stuff. But for those of you who are not sure what the Market Explorer is, it's a relatively new feature we've launched. If you go to new here and you open up Market Explorer window right here, Market Explorer TIQ, it opens up this empty window here. And if you just right click in the window and choose server, we have a number of custom built alerts. I don't know, they are scans too, aren't they? Alerts and top list. But these are custom built that are not customizable, by the way. You're not able to customize any of these alerts, but they're alerts that we've built that work pretty well that you might want to play around with. So this is a bear flag alert here. But yeah, Michael's the guy. Michael's the guy to talk to, Deb, and he hosts the Tuesday session. So if you got the time, hang out on Tuesday, same time tomorrow. Iris, I can't answer your question. What percentage should you insert? I mean, start with 200 and go from there. You might want to go bigger. You might want to go smaller, but start with 200 and see where that gets you. It's all trial and error. There's no right answer here. There's no answer that's going to serve everybody or you. And today 200 might be the answer, and tomorrow 300 might be the better one. There's no right answer here, but you're gonna have to play around. But I would put in 200% just to start. I think that's a good place to start. All right, folks, we're going to be, we're almost to the top of the hour here, top of my time. So I'm just checking with Barry to make sure he's available to take it all back. take you back to the trading room, and Barry will take you mostly to the close, and then our friend Chris Farley will take the reins right at the close and kind of do a review of the markets and also answer any questions, kind of like we're doing here. So it's kind of a catch-all for everybody. Oh, yes, Iris, you got to have a trading plan. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Debbie, you're welcome. All right, so last call for questions, guys. I got about a minute and a half left for you. If there's anything quick we can cover, if it's something elaborate, hold your fire. We're out of time. Come back tomorrow. Michael will be able to do it for you. Or you could always send questions to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm gonna put the email address in here. You can always send questions to info@trade-ideas.com. We've always got people standing by there to answer questions. If it's during regular business hours, you can usually expect an answer pretty quickly. If it's after hours or if it's over the weekend, there might be a slight delay. Hey, we're humans, we like to spend time with our families too. But we usually get back to people pretty quick, even during off hours. I'm told Barry's watching some music videos right now, so he might be slow to get back to us. All right, well, I don't see any last minute questions coming in, folks. So thanks for being with me. Again, every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, we do these live Q&A, so come on back. And if you haven't already, I strongly recommend you do this, guys. This YouTube channel that you're at right now, go ahead and bookmark this link. All right, I've got it made so that I can, it's one click. It's right. It shows up right there in my browser, the Trade Ideas YouTube channel. I just click on that button and boom, I'm in here. And we're live streaming all day long. So when we're not doing the Q&A, you got Barry in the live trading room. So bookmark this link, make it easy to grab so you can always come in and join us and get the help you need. All right, guys, Barry's back. He's ready to go. So I'm going to pass it back to him. Have a great trading day. Have a great week. I'll catch you next week. Take care.
For about half an hour almost, it didn't do anything, and now it's finally starting to move down. The Billy, B-I-L-I, 41.57, same sort of thing, it took a while, but it got down to 40. This BCRX is just kind of taking its time. Well, some big volume came into OSUR right here. OSUR. All right, guys. Well, I have taken this BCRX short. Okay, I'm 90, and if it gets back up to the whole number, of course, I'm out of here. So. I look here and there could be some support around 1360, so I'm right at the cusp. Actually, I'm okay at 1 for 3. I mean, if it got down here, that would be 30 cents and with a 10-cent stop, so that's like a 1 for 3 risk reward to risk reward. Now, I mean, do I know it's going to get down here? Of course not. Yeah, big deal about the RVPH. I can't remember what the news was. FDA okays phase 3 trial. One big yawn. I mean, it's better than saying no. We're not going to allow you to do your phase 3 trial, but there's just not major news. Well, I'm going to get knocked out of the BCRX, so let's have to see. The issue with it, of course, it does have some good news, so that is the issue. I'd rather it had no news, or of course, not good news, but it does have good news. They've kind of pre-released their earnings. Can I check ABSI? Sure. For what? Okay, so it's had a nice run off that 625. Now it's resting a bit. Not a low float, 58 million. Had a big day on Friday, sort of. I say sort of because remember, it got up to 930, but it closed all the way down here. So it closed $2.50 underneath the high. So, maybe it's trying to come back a bit. Maybe. That's about all I can say. It's up, it's gone positive for the day, barely. Lots of pretty good volume, five times normal. Meanwhile, what are the markets doing? So, that SPY is still getting kicked. The Dow is down, and I guess the Nas had a mild little recovery here. Boy, I mean, this still has room. Man, oh man, this OLK is so strong. I was watching it here thinking, okay, maybe now it'll give it up, but not even close. It's already through that high that may have stalled it, 1584. Now the next high looking left is 1730. So, in theory, it still has some room. I think this ISP wasn't this, or IPSC, wasn't this a short alert by the AI maybe back here on that day? I think have I got them turned off? No. There was one stock that started with an I that had a was short alert. It is annoying. Well, you know what? I mean, the news, I guess it's just sort of sustaining it right now. Like the volume is decreasing, what you'd like to see. I mean, the volume is definitely decreasing. That's what you like to see because, I mean, its enthusiasm is waning somewhat. So now if we get a giant bar here, I'm gone. I mean, that's... Okay, guys. Well, that helps. I better take the sound toggle off. So now maybe I'll hear some alerts if I get any. What is the relative volume ratio? So are you on a scan that is called biggest gainers today? Like a scan, or are you just talking about the channel? Well, what you do, I don't know what the relative volume is. Where is it? Biggest gainers today. Where is it? So this must be on the old channel. I don't see biggest gainers today as a channel, unless I just can't see it. That must be on the old channel. Like up here. Just give me a moment. Okay, so I don't see it here either. So I'm not sure where you're getting it from. I know we used to have a channel called Biggest Gainers Today and Biggest Losers, but I don't see the channel anymore. At any rate, all you have to do, because I don't see it here, this is the old channel, and I don't see it here. But all you have to do is this. Let's just take a look at any one of them. Yeah, but I mean, but I don't know where it came from. I mean, it's obviously, it can't be a channel. I don't see a channel called biggest. Okay, I don't see a channel. Are you sure it's just not an individual scan? Like for instance, if I click on the explosive winners, okay, so there you go. So it's not a channel called Biggest Gainers Today. It's called Explosive Winners. So all you have to do is just right click and configure summary, and it'll tell you. So right now, a filter is not, the relative volume filter is not being used. in this one. I don't know what to say. I mean, the biggest gainers today is now part of the explosive winners channel, and we don't have we don't have actually one of the filters. No, you can add it if you want. Okay. But these are the only filters that are being used. There's not, the relative volume filter is not being used here. So well, according to what I've got right now, anyway, maybe it's because I'm on a development version. But at the very least, if you click, if there is still a channel in your channel bar called Biggest Gainers Today, this is it, and just right click and you'll see what the filters are. And again, relative volume is not being used here. Now, it doesn't mean you can't add it if you want to. The relative volume, you see, there's a column for it. You can sort on that. That's the whole beauty of a okay, guys, got knocked out of the BCRX. It's just one of those ones, I think the news is too strong to let it really, really drop down. Yeah, hour is, again, not for everybody, but it is interesting for everybody. So I think on this one, all traders are really going to look at is the high of Friday and see if we can get anywhere close to that. Okay. Okay, guys, getting back to the fold. Look at this. So where I got out, it's 30 cents below, which is what you'd want to see. This was I'm just showing how you can take a trade in the simulator. Again, not for everybody, guys, this one, but obviously it's a mover. Oh man. Oh. So guys, again, if you got into this one, don't be afraid to trade it or manage the trade. Manage the trade. Oh boy, oh boy. Wonderful, guys. If you know, again, I can't tell you guys to take this, but I mean, you could just sort of tell momentum was just building and building and building, and it was such a crazy one on Friday. Hour is still not shortable at Interactive Brokers. I can't wish you well yet. All right, I've taken some off now. Almost $1. Not quite. No, not quite. 7.76 is where I got in, so almost $1. Here we go. You just sort of see that break right here, right there. Oh boy. Now, I mean, that's what I was saying. I mean, all traders are looking at is this. The high was around 1030. Not saying it's getting there. I'm not even remotely suggesting it's getting there, but that is what traders look at. All right, guys. I have virtually none left now. That trying to get through 9. See, that's the issue with this stupid cursor now. But now we can both make money, Zach. Oof, it may not be over. It may not be over. I have just like the weeest bit left, just in case it does the crazy. Well, none of my scanners, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, none of my scanners is going to, at least we do have a relative volume figure now. None of my scanners will pick it up. Oh, wow, there it is. I'm sorry, Zach. I know you'll probably keep adding to your short, so not too worried for you. None of my scanners would pick it up because of the relative volume being only 0.21. But I had it thumbnailed, so I'd seen this little break way down here, and I thought, oh, okay, this could be interesting. So that's why I knew about it. So you're not using a relative volume filter then, Roberto? Well, except that if most of your scans has the relative volume filter in it, then of course you won't see it. Typically, I'm a little surprised. Well, let's see how many what's the volume on it right now? Yeah, I mean, you see the volume it did. So I don't know what that's about, say 50 million shares. So it's only done 6.8 million. Well, I hate to say it, but this is GME ain't dead. I don't know. I shouldn't say hate to say it. I don't really care, but it's not dead. Found some support around that 120 mark. Look at the volume increase per hour. I mean, that's the big thing, guys. Look at that volume increase. Now, the minute that volume completely tails off, this has another, 5 minutes? But you see on the 15, the minute it tails off, that's when you should start to see a pretty major drop. Well, probably, well, Terry, because it's only 2 days old. So, for instance, relative volume, position in 5-day range, 20. It's only 2 days old, so that's why not very much volume to be displayed, or not much data. Okay, one moment, please. Sorry, yeah, we don't have 2 months. You're going to have to go with 3 months or 10 or 20 days. Okay, so we don't have 2 months. Now, there's one thing. There's no, I mean, you're going to have to do it one of two ways. I mean, you can put, or the change, I'm sorry. You want change, not the position. So the change in, so the most you can do is 20 days. Well, the most you can do is 20 days. So that's like a month. That's that's it, okay? So I mean, if you use this filter number one, add the filter and say, I mean, I don't know what you're gonna have to play around with it, but I mean, you're gonna use a negative number, like 100%, well, not 100%, like 50%. I mean, you could try that to see what you would get. So that's about that's a 50% drop in 20 days. Okay, so you would see that, and then, so you would see only stocks that have dropped at least 50%, and then you could add a column, relative volume column, and sort on that column, if that makes sense. So if we did that, let me just maybe show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see what I've got. So here are my filters. Now, I don't want a new high. Well, first of all, I would do a top list. Okay, I would do a top list. So I wouldn't do an alert window. Well, the float is difficult. I mean, they released 1.5 million shares, Terry. I mean, it happened on Friday. So, you know, it's going to be super low. Whatever it is, it's going to be super low. The IPO came out 1.5 million shares at $4. So again, in a top list then, Robert, I would put, you know, your position, your change in 20 days. Say actually you put in the min, I'm sorry, you put in the min minus 50. So you're only going to see stocks that are at least 50% from, and you can start to play around with that. You can go 60%, 70%, and then have the relative volume filter as a column and sort on it. And you'll see the ones that have the biggest relative volume filter. Well, no, I'm not on. What do you mean the right stock? Now, there's no information yet. Okay, it's a new IPO. They released 1.5 million shares. So whatever that real float, I mean, it's going to be 1.5 or a little bit lower. I mean, it's only 2 days old, so that's why you're not going to see a lot. Obviously, you're not going to see a lot of historical information. All right, guys, things have slowed down. Oh, I see the hour showing up in your scan, Zach. But again, I have no shorts for that, so. I don't think this MOLN did anything, did it? 2077 on the alert? Not really, no. Could be interesting going forward. It's a Swiss stock. That's one, so it's probably co-listed. It's a Swiss stock. Maybe tomorrow. I have to watch it tomorrow. I mean, there was some decent news. Partnership or collaboration with Novartis, NVS, and it's a vaccine play. Yeah, maybe OLK. It surprised me a couple of times here. I saw that little dip. I thought maybe that was over, but maybe it is topped out. What did it finally get up to? 1730 was the high, and it got up to 1673. So that 1730 was the next high looking left. Didn't quite get up there. That is OLK. Haven't really looked at your bounces, Zach. Well, yeah, this one nice. SM. You know, with the market, basically with a little bit of a bounce in the market, I guess some of those should be working not too badly. I don't know if this one bounced with the SPY, but that's a heck of a bounce. LWLG, that's a heck of a bounce. I guess it did bounce with the SPY. Yeah, look at that, 3 candles, these 3 candles. That's a great bounce from 1127 up to 12. Too much bad news for Fold. Too much bad news for Fold, I guess, for it to bounce at all. All right, so I'm completely out of the hour. This is what might get me back in. If it takes out that high up here, a little over 920 or so, I'm going to stick a price alert at around 920 and see if it takes that out again. And all I'm doing is just, there's that little magnet from Friday at 10:33. We'll see if it happens. It may not. This might be it, but with that float, you know, anything can happen. All right, Torps, that's, just give me one moment. I'll help you. Okay, so I haven't seen that it has changed much, but let's just walk right through it. So here's an alert window. So right click, properties, actions. I mean, that's all the same. So are you getting at least to this point? Okay, so now set up the sound. Use custom sound. Select. Here are the folders, the 3 folders. Are you saying you don't have these folders anymore? Because, I mean, here they are. Are you saying you have them? You just can't click on them? Like when you click, this doesn't happen? The folders are off to the side. What does that mean? Off to this side? What does that mean? So what? There's our guys. So when you left click on the full, double left click, double left click, double left click. This is not popping up. Double left click, right? Maybe that's what you didn't do. Double left click. So I'm just, well, if you've got this, if this is what it looks like, at least you've got Mad Money, voice number 1, and web. I'm just double left clicking rapidly and it brings it up, which is not changed like forever. So right clicking, of course, doesn't do anything. It's double left click. And then after that, then, again, left click it to highlight it, open it, play it. Because this is not changed in, okay, so I don't know what you mean when you say those are not in. Are you saying you don't have these folders at all? Mad Money? Listed off to the right. Just don't know what you mean. I'm gonna have to send you to like a further tech support. I don't know what you mean. For 10 years. This is under downloads. Because this is just the default. Use custom sound, check, select, and then this is just the default in the sounds folder. In the sounds folder. You have them listed here, like Mad Money here. Is that what you mean? I'm just noticing. I didn't even notice Mad Money was here. Oh, okay. Well, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, I just double left clicked it. Double left clicked it, clicked on Mad Money here. I don't even know why this is over here, to be honest. But if for some reason they are here, just double left click and you'll still get it to pop up. Well, you got me, because I'm double left clicking and it's popping up for me. I'm gonna have to send you to tech support then. I don't know why. I don't know how you're going to figure it out. But if you can, great. But otherwise, go to tech support, give them your email address, and tell them exactly what you told me. Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe try open. So, but he's here. What if you open? Yeah, I just didn't even do that though. Open a new window, you mean? I mean, yeah, if I open a new window, I do get them, but it seems a little cumbersome. But all right, guys, I am still kind of concentrating on this hour. I want to see if it can. Again, 924. I want to take out that 924 again. See if it does. Guys, you know what's strong is BCRX. So just because we have the crosses doesn't mean it's 100%. You can see exactly we had the crosses. Actually, we have a cross up now. We have a cross up. The 8 EMA is just slightly crossing above that 20 SMA on the BCRX. So kind of mixed signals here. What if you reload trade ideas just, just for fun, see what happens? It shouldn't matter, but that contextual menu that I was just looking at has not changed since 2010. So it's weird that is happening to you. So full just hit the option scanner on the way down. So what I'm talking about right there, full just hit it on the way down. And the reason why you didn't catch it any earlier is because look at the option volume. It's just barely over 2,000 contracts, and that's my minimum. Minimum has to be 2,000 contracts. So that is the reason, in case you were wondering why the heck didn't it catch it here. Then if your next question is, well, why don't you reduce the number of contracts? I could do that, and then I'll get a lot more that I don't want. Aha! It just reloaded. When in doubt, reboot. guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I open the room at 8 o'clock now. I'm not on the mic until 9, but I do open the room at 8 or earlier, no later than 8. And the room does stay open till 3:30, but I usually mute myself at 3. I'll hop on the mic if I have to answer a question between 3 and 3:30. But so the official time, the official hours now for the room, 8 to 3:30. Actually, Fold is looking like it wants to pop. I see you're talking about it, Dak. I'm just kind of watching here. I'm kind of hoping that it would drop again. Well, let's see if this is a momentary pull-up and that's it. See if this 870 area stops it. Green by the day's end. Well, that would be something. That would be something. But we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 straight green candles. So it's about an hour and 15 minutes. This last one has 7 minutes to close or so. 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes to close. Hour is the one that I'm really, really paying attention to. If it takes out that 920, 930 area with some volume. I mean, it may not. It may not do anything. This might be it, but Oh, you mean from the open? Oh, I see. Not from the close of Friday. Okay. Oh, it could happen. Hey, man, stranger things have happened. Maybe keep an eye on this Allo, okay? ALLO. I mean, it's down 10%. I doubt if it's going to stay at $12. One way or the other. Probably better for a bounce because it's already down so much. Probably looking more for a bounce off 12 maybe. But as always on volume. Boy, here's another one. Look at this. Another one that is a lifetime low. Another, I mean, for a while, looked like a decent IPO. But ever since, what's that, August? It's gone from 63 to 23. So this is a lifetime low now for OSH, O-S-H. Tupperware, TUP, what are you doing? All right, guys, things have definitely slowed down. I keep looking to see if there's another one from Zach's topping scan. The last one was at 122, so nothing for about over half an hour. This is when I really, really like to see them. Well, Fold is just sort of snoozing now. Yeah, just kind of keep thinking if it takes out this area down here, 50, it might resume downwards. I'm just basing this on the option scanner. But it may be down too much already. Well, there's definitely a war for hour right now. No question. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. Both sides trying to dig in. There's a big bottoming tail down here. Got all the way down to 840. Got down to 869. But then we have the topping tails. We can rest assured one thing: it's not going to stay here. It's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. Aha, okay, DCT. Let's take a look at DCT. This is from Zach Scan, DCT. And Duck Creek Technologies, all right. Stick an alert around 20, just underneath 28. See if it takes that out. So they did have some news. So this DCT had some news, expands partnership with Precisely to extend smarter underwriting capabilities. So there was some news for this one today, DCT. Well, don't look now, but GME, there's an $8 bounce so far. It will just not really die. Wonder if the ATR for GME must be something else because it just has all these big dollar moves every single day. I don't have the ATR up here. All right, guys, listen, nothing too much is, what's happening here? PSF. No, it was, it's a late alert. Keeping an eye on the DCT for potential short. Lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. This is from Zach's scan. I'd be interested probably on a 28 break. But the market, yeah, I mean, you'd like to get the market on your side a little bit for these toppers. But this has been a nice, yeah, it's been a nice move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost an hour and a half. Another 10 minutes for this candle to close. So about an hour and a half up. So if your stock is not doing this, then it's moving down. That's pretty weak. You have a price range on it? Maybe outside of your price range for DWAC. Relative volume is only 1.77. I don't know. I'm just trying to see some reason why. It is 1.77, so that's not that high. So that'd be a reason. Whereas the warrant is 2, so I don't know. Maybe you've got 2 at least in your. There's your figs. There's your figs. It came in my toppers scan. Figs, FIGS. You said you're looking for an area to short. Next high looking left is 24.80, so that's got it's got some about 50 cents. So that next high. Got to take a look at this BCRX. See if it breaks out of here. I mean, guys, look left. I mean, 14.9. Oh, is that right? Actually, it's only, the high is 1548. I'm sorry, 1540. Excuse me, 1548 is the next high looking left for BCRX. So, it's got about $1 to that next high in the daily chart. It certainly, it took out that 200-day fairly easily. 1408, fairly easily. Nice on the hour. Well, you get some volume in here. I mean, this could keep running. I mean, this has been, one of the stars of the day. You look at it. I mean, it had the pop, little pause, pop up, maybe a little pullback here, and now just a resumption. And it may as well be an earnings play. It's not technically, it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. If you're going to release, pre-release, and say all sorts of wonderful things, you may as well be. Even though February 24th is supposedly the official day it releases earnings. All right, guys, really watching this BCRX get some volume coming in. I mean, it could really pop it. It'll last hour, maybe even after hours. You never know with these things. It has been tracking the market, but it's been on its own all day. OCGN. Let's take a look at OCGN. I saw that in the pre-market, but I haven't really seen it since. OCGN. Yeah, I mean, so when you ask me, what is your question? I mean, there's a volume pop. If you're asking me, is it going to continue? No idea. It's a big float, 194 million in the float. It had some news this morning, positive results from phase 2 analysis. It's a COVID play, but I mean, the volume's coming in, but is that going to be enough to keep it moving? I mean, it's been in a tailspin for months. It seems seemingly months now. So you're going against the overall trend, even though right now there's a little bit of enthusiasm with this one. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, the Indian with their Indian partner, right? Oh, I have no idea if it'll continue. Zero idea if it'll continue. I mean, you look, the high in the pre-market was 447. I mean, that could easily stall it. But no question, good volume coming in. But I mean, just look at his weekly chart and look at the monthly chart and the daily chart. I mean, it's fallen in disarray. Cortex, okay, CRTX. Let's take a look at what's happening with this one, CRTX. Yeah, another one with some volume coming in. Choppy. Look at that choppiness on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, another one. I mean, hard to get too enthused about these. Okay, so Terry, you're contradicting yourself. You say, I'm asking you if it will continue. And then your next statement, I'm not asking you if it will continue. So I'm not sure I understand. Unless you just forgot to put the not in the first time. Well, guys, I am definitely interested in this BCRX. So the longer it stays in this area, I just have this, this feeling that it stays in this area long enough. And it's been one of the stars of the day. Hasn't been affected by the overall market. All right, little move for the BCRX. All right, guys, I guess we've got a promo starting already for 20% off MLK Day. I guess that's on the 20th. Yeah, Monday. Oh, sorry, Monday, January the 17th. So actually, that promo code is alive. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys. So if you go to my website now, obviously you can use a better use MLK20. If you do want to take out a subscription, MLK20. And just go to my homepage. I'm just doing this for the YouTube people. And there it goes, guys. BCRX could have a late day runner. Well, it's ran all day, but well, market is still, yeah, putting a nice recovery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So almost an hour and 45 minutes now. Another 7 minutes for this one to close. A straight up. So bounce play should be working quite well as opposed to toppers. Okay, guys, so you can use that promo code MLK, MLK20. So if you click purchase and then just type in MLK20, you'll get 20% off. Make sure that is working. Yep, there we go. 20% off the annuals and off the first month. And as always, if you do take out a subscription on a monthly basis, and you within 30 days you want to upgrade, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%. I was looking forward to it also, Zach. That's too bad. Well, we're definitely living in different countries. I look at the sporting events in the States, everything is packed, and we're not allowed to have a single fan in Canada. It's just, it's really pretty strange. I'm not making a political statement. It's just you let your eyes can just tell you. It's very strange. Ah, guys, BCRX now is hitting the option scanner also right now. It just hit it at 220, I think. Yeah, 220. Did it do it for you? Did the figs, you were wanting to short figs, I think. No, not yet. With the put increasing, okay. Obviously from here, some filter wasn't met. Now the option volume now is 400%. Or my minimum has to be 300%. So it's possible down here it just wasn't there. And then then it hit this high right there. And so it's possible even here it was okay, but it had to take out that high before we had the trigger, because it is a new high of the day trigger. At 12, so at 12:15. Yeah, so the issue then would have been, well, really, it hit 300% at 12:15. Might have been then the relative volume. What do I have for relative volume? $12.15. What was happening at 12:15? So right there, it hit it. Now I'm surprised we didn't get an alert here then, right there. Anyway, I don't care. It's moving. It's moving. It's got to be some filter blocking it. Because my relative volume is only 3 in that scan, and I can't, now it's at 7.5, so I cannot believe that at 12:15 when it hit 300%. But you know what? Let me just bring out my little handy tool here. You've piqued my interest on this. Okay, 12:15. Let's see what the, well, that's interesting. Nothing at 12:15. So first of all, though, I want to say my option volume at 8%. So for me, that didn't happen until, well, we have a big gap. I shouldn't say that. I mean, we went from a gap of, at 11:32, 192%, and then we got it here at 220. That's a massive gap. I don't know where the 300 would have hit. And the relative volume is fine. Shares, 2,000 contracts. It's interesting. We have this big jump. We have nothing between 11:30 and 2:20. You know, because obviously a new high. I'm just sort of talking out loud, guys. Oh, I can see exactly the reason. Okay, so there's the high at 11:30. Where is Rubber's post? Okay, I can tell you exactly then why. Because it might have hit 12:15 at 12:15, but understand at 11:15 there was the high up here. And remember that's the trigger. So it didn't hit that until here. So it may have hit 300% in this area here, but we wouldn't get a new high alert until that got taken out. So that's the reason. Make sense? Okay, on yours. Okay, I don't have a float filter at all. But that's the reason, because it may have hit 300% at 12:20, but my trigger is a new high for the day. But it's a little annoying, this cursor for me right here. But so it wouldn't have hit it until about 14:50. So always a reason. Can you again, please, Leo? What do you mean? So what is your question though? Again. I don't know what that means. Maybe just rephrase it or something so I can understand. I'm not sure what your question is. Okay. Okay. When you say how can you use the filter, which filter are you talking about though? Like it's too general a question? Are you talking about how to use the program, Trade Ideas as a program? Or like what exactly are you talking about? I just need a little more information. Oh, okay. Well, there's many. There's a right here. I mean, it's just a simple momentum scanner would have found Momo. I can give you this one. It's just a very simple momentum scanner. That would have found it right at 9:36 when it was just getting actually 9:32. That's the first alert, as an example. But there are many. I mean, gosh, there's got to be many different types of scanners which would have found that one. It's because it was just ripping. But that one found it at 9:36. But understand also that we've seen this in the pre-market. This is something that you've got to do. Sometimes you just got to do some pre-market work, and this was active in the pre-market. So this is something that I had already bookmarked or thumbnailed. Okay, I mean I had already thumbnailed this stock on one of my other monitors because I thought, well, I want to be able to pay attention to it, even if I don't get a full alert on it. I want to see what's happening. So there is some. You want to do some pre-market work also. And one of the ways to find it again is if you click on my homepage, Not just that one, of course, but when you click on my homepage, this is what you'll see. Come on, here. One of the sections is my scan. So this is what I use in the pre-market. You know, pre-market act does up and down mainly. I mean, you can also, this also works in the pre-market, the gap up and down. But these two right here, absolutely, we'll find something like BCRX that is active in the pre-market. That probably, you know, once the market opens, it could keep going. You know, and you had to read the news on it. The news was that basically, even though it's not officially an earnings play, they have pre-released today. You know, they basically guiding higher, etc. And so, I mean, you've got to do a little bit of pre-market work too. All right, guys. So actually, wow, it's 2:38 already. So I'll just go over my homepage one more time. I mean, we're already talking about my scan. So here it is. There's the scan section right there. Now, this hasn't been changed yet, but you can use MLK, all in caps, MLK for 20% off the first month, okay? So MLK 20, and you'll get 20% off the first month or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. More information on my homepage. You can get the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have. Most of it geared, of course, to trade ideas. If you look at, we have a very comprehensive user guide now. So we have, it is sectioned out, all right, but also we have a full table of contents, which is searchable, all right, so, and this is kept up to date now. Underneath the user guide, now if you're just starting out with trade ideas though, this is what I would do. I would take the introductory lessons, all right, they just go over all the basics, you know, top list, what is a top list, how to build one, what is an alert window, creating one. And you can keep going down until you see Brokerage Plus and the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? So this is what I would do right off the bat. If you're brand new to trade ideas, you've got to spend a little time, you know, it's a software program. Daily support. So we have a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. I do take a break at noon. So between noon and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And then, don't forget, Chris Varley at Trade Ideas. He's there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Daily webinars this week, it's Tuesday and Thursday. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation we're on. But you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, looking for a refresher or maybe a slightly different take, this is a great little series of Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Starts off with what is a stock? Free. All this is free. The only thing you have to pay for, obviously you have to be a subscriber to get access to my scans. So in these two sections here, a lot of information. Save my link and then you can look at these two sections anytime you want. So we've got about 20 minutes to go before I put myself on mute. You know, the room will be open until 3:30, so if you have any questions, now's a good time. And of course, this room is like this between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. You can come in here, ask questions. I'm still here. Harvey? Oh, Harvey. Harvey. I thought you were asking me. So Figs is now showing up in your scanner. It's a beautiful stadium. Yeah, for Sophie. It's a nice stadium, that's for sure. Boy, it's a big rally in the market, guys. That's a nice rally. I mean, NAS could go positive. We were kidding before DAC, but no way the SPY could. But look at the NAS. I mean, this keeps up. Now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So an hour, almost an hour and 45 minutes straight up. Well, Fold had a nice bounce, guys. I did not take this. I was actually, my bias was short, of course, because it showed up on my option scanner. So my bias was short, but that had a nice bounce. Yeah, well done, Zach, on the hour. I think we certainly could make money both ways. Doesn't look like it's going to take out that 9 now. Except when you have trade ideas, Dak, we can always find stuff, no matter what the market's doing. So here's one, Fling, FLNG. This is almost an all-time high. Just watching this one. It's coming in this is my little compare count one. When my alerts start drying up, that's when I start looking at that one just to see if there's anything interesting. I'll give you the home page. Just give me your email address and tell me what you want to do. Okay. Give you the home page. Just click on the link and you'll see start a discussion, something like that. Okay. And just give them your email you use to sign up. They'll look up your account and make the change. Funny. The 11th hour. There's certainly no big cover signal yet, is there? Not from here. It's on the 5. I mean, the 15. It's just straight. The 2s. All right, guys, what is it? 2:50 now. We got about 10 minutes left, so well, in theory, I mean, it came from 647, the hour, so it still has another dollar probably until you would think it would hit support there, but that's where it came from. That's where it made the big 650, so a little over a dollar. But yeah, I mean, this is still trending downward. Z. You can just give me your password, David. You know, you just have to. I mean, you want to give them your username and password. It's case sensitive, and that's all you really have to do. The billing would still go through every year, yes. So I don't know. I mean, that's the sort of the simplest way. Transferring otherwise to change the billing, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you can try our homepage and ask and ask the question. Okay. All right, with this little bit of a turn here, some of those scans from Zach, you would think might start to have a little bit of a turn. These are the topping plays, like the PGNY. FIGS is not yet turned. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So we are now, yeah. So the market's putting in a red bar. First one we've seen in almost 2 hours. I think there's maybe a little one there. Hard to see it, but and this is being stubborn, Zach. The FIGS is being a little bit stubborn. I guess get a little more time. As the market keeps doing this, I'm sure. Well, look at this. Just a little green bar now. A little bit of a move here for this one. Amphistar, AMPH, some volume coming in. All-time high. All-time high for AMPH. For whatever reason, some volume coming in. We'll see if there's any news. They're on the 7th. Piper Sandler. I think I remember this one. I think they upgraded it to Piper Sandler upgraded on the pipeline. I don't know if they had I don't see if I have a price on it. Yeah, so Piper Sandler, that was last week. They put a price target of 28 from 21 on the AMPH. So that obviously helped it right here. And it's continuing now, AMPH. Again, you have to take these price targets with a grain of salt. Just because, a firm puts a price target of a certain number doesn't mean it's going to get there. But obviously that helped right here on Friday. And it's continuing, and it's an all-time high. All right, guys, it is now 2:59, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. And I'll be back just around 3:30 to actually shut the room down, and I'll open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. So I'm going to put myself on mute now.
looks like a smooth video transfer. Checking the audio now. And audio sounds good too. All right, perfect, excellent. All right, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas live late day Q&A. Happy Monday, the 10th of January of 2022. Hard to believe, already the second week of the year. I know there are some people that I had in some chats and some emails today. If you are here, please let me know. Go over any of those things that we were discussing. I just was with someone recently looking for a new low on the days alert. Mike C., happy second week of the year to you. How are you, buddy? And we got an interesting close going on here into the day. All right. We'll hopefully take some wins, everybody, into the beginning of the week. All right, so another pretty outstanding day from Holly again today. It's kind of getting to be a trend with her recently. I know how this works. At some point, it will go the other way. That's how it goes, But with risk on or moderate or whatever you want to call it, just really crushed it today. TJX, ACWI, IPSC was a tougher one, but still, still pretty good trade in that. Wells Fargo looks all right still. Even APR, had its moment, even though it's a kind of a ridiculous buyout, I believe, but, that kind of is what it is. And there goes everybody from the live stream again. Perfect. So, all right, if you're still here and haven't been kicked from the live stream, thanks. If you're one of those people that's getting kicked or about to get kicked, just refresh and come back. For some reason, the stream drops a few minutes after I take it over, and there goes everybody. Alright, so I've got somebody here that was looking to understand how we do new low on the day alert. So let me just make sure we read what you were looking for. You're looking for alert windows alerting the stock is making new intraday lows past the low of the day. Yeah, we can do that. That's a real easy one for us. So the way we do this is I would start with a new and alert window. And we're going to come to the search here. All right, we have all these different things we can search for, and so alert windows are a two-event or two-fold kind of system. So what you have is an alert or an event, new high, new low, all these different things are alerts or events saying, hey, this stock did this specific thing at this time. These different pullbacks, standard deviation breakout, across different resistances, so on and so forth. So for this here specifically, you're looking for new low, all right? And we're going to click that. We're going to add alert, all right? And we're going to uncheck the new high because we don't want a new high. We want a new low, all right? So now the event for this to trigger is a new low of the day. So every time a stock makes a new low, we're going to get an alert on that. Now we take it the next step because we don't want to see every stock making every new low on the day, right? Perhaps you do. But then we come to our filters. And so filters are going to be things like price range and change from close. We have different option volume metrics, our relative volume that looks at an average volume of 10 days as a ratio. Shares traded today. We have 1 minute volume, 5 minute volume as percents that will also take a 10-day average Q for that period of time. most of the time when you start a new alert window, what will happen is there will be some preloaded filters in there with values. They'll just be things from scans you've either recently used or filters you've recently used or scans you've recently looked at. You can just go ahead and erase those if they don't apply to the scan that you're currently making. And then you can start to search for those filters that you want. So for example, Empower, how are you? For example, if you want a price range, so let's say I want to only look at stocks from like $4 to $100. All right. If we want, a change from close, you want to see stocks that were already down from the day a certain amount. So we could go, minus. Sorry, I like to use the show me function. So there's a function here in the middle with this magnifying glass. So if I go ahead and click that, and then I can put the values in here, and it'll show me exactly what I'm looking for. And so we go, let's say, for example, -1. So I want to show me stocks where the price was, or sorry, I'm going to go -1 in the max. So it's telling me show me stocks where the price was down at least 1% from the previous day's close. So, we're looking at stuff making new lows on the day that was already weak to start with, stuff that's doing good volume. Let's say we put a 3 for the relative volume ratio, so on and so forth, things like that. And that's how we would create it. And, I can just go ahead and let's throw, I want to see something that's kind of liquid, so traded at least, 250,000 shares on the day today. All right. And we come to the summary, all this is listed here, and we can give it a name, all these different things, and, breaking lows of the day, we'll call it. All right. And then, if you had a Trade Ideas account, I could go ahead and share the scan right away with you, and then you could take it and adjust it any way that you want. So here's that scan, and we could always right click, come back into the configure, and we can look at what we've got in here, and we can always reconfigure things. We can add or take filters away, in the search tab here, go through all these different items that we have here for users to create scans from what they're looking for. So for, I believe it was Craig, I'll type it into the chat that we were in previously, but you can use the chat panel here. It's a little easier if we use this here for me to communicate there, Craig. So that's that. I mean, if anybody happens to want this, I'll just share it. See if we're shared to cloud. You're welcome, Sam. Sam, also, I forgot to, I don't know if I mentioned that email or not, and I got so caught up this weekend with some stuff. Send it an email regularly, and I'll take screenshots of those and send them to you. It's, no big deal to me. It just takes a few minutes to make those screenshots up and send those along to you. So, all right, this is an open forum Q&A. I know I kind of dove right in on building the scan here. So, if anybody, I threw that scan in there for anybody that wants. So, just ask away questions. As I always say, I can't answer the questions that are not asked. Let's see here. I'm trying to look for something. All right. And if Craig, you're still with me, I just threw something up in the chat for you there. So, all right, very good. Um, yeah, Sam, I saw that. So you definitely, you had some stuff that was in there. When I was comparing the screenshots that you had for me in there on the, it was a three-line strike was what you were looking at. Is that correct? The ratio in 1 minute volume spike is going to be um, what it's doing compared to what it's normally doing over a 10-day period, essentially. However, that's going to take into account pre-market as well. So it's a little different than the actual filter, where the filter for relative volume doesn't work in pre-market. So what you'll have is, if you've got a 1 for the ratio, it's doing its normal volume over that period of time. If you've got a 2, it's doing 2x, 3, it's 3x, so on and so forth. So that's what the ratio means in the 1 minute volume spike. And then let's see, Mitchell. How do you get the indicators I select to carry over to all charts displayed like 1 minute? So what you could do is, let's say, Mitchell, you set up one chart exactly how you want it to be, regardless of the time frame, all right? But you have the indicators that you want on there. If you right-click that chart and you go to Save as Default, every chart you open up afterwards will be exactly the same as that chart, and all you'll have to do from there is just change the time frame. So, for example, the last time I did that, I saved it with, I forget what I saved the charts with for default, but if I go to New Chart Window, every time I open a new chart windows, it's exactly this here. What I saved it with, I was experimenting something with trying to find this 5 minute cross type of thing. And so every chart that I open will have those indicators that I saved just like that. And then it's just a right click and I can change the time frame real quick. So I don't have to add indicators each time, assuming that I want the same indicators always on each chart. I think that's what you're looking for there, Mitchell. Let me know if not, though. And I'll dive back into that for you. Alrighty, moving along here. Alright, excellent, perfect. And again, keep throwing the questions at me. That's what I'm here for. I like it when there's more engagement, otherwise I start to get sleepy here. I'm having my warm afternoon tea, um, you know, watching the close on the market and all these fun things like that. And am I taking money off the table today? Sorry, just looking at a few positions I entered today. I was a dip buyer today, and deciding how I want to manage this moving forward on the day. I almost never trade or have to trade when I'm in these live sessions, so it just kind of worked out that way for me. Alrighty, Sam, let me jump over and take a look here. There it is, just came in. Let's close. All right, Sam. I'm gonna think on that and probably get together with Andy. He is like the scan builder compared to me. We'll put something together between the two of us. We'll put our minds together. Because with the trying to find the opening candle above like that, that's gonna be a little more complicated than and something outright with just using the consecutive candle filters, I think. Sorry, I'm still rereading it and wrapping my head around that. I'm choosing running up now. Can you email that scan to me there? The one with the running up, please. Info at trade trade-ideas.com. Can you email that and just and put as much details as you can, what the stock was and everything like that? I don't know if I'll be able to look at it this second, but I'll certainly give a look at it, or one of the other traders here will give a look at it and see what's going on there. Yeah, that's where the trick is gonna come in, finding that reversal. What you're not so much the reversal, but how the reversal is found exactly. Sorry, just trying to catch up there. I've seen a few emails have come in now, so so all right, that's that. Um, Anything else important to cover today? I got 12 minutes and change here. Winding out another day, and whoop, had my spy chart kind of covered, and I see now a green candle poking up above everything, so wouldn't that be hilarious if we went positive on the day? I'll bring up a spy chart real quick. And for now, the trend is intact. That's a terrible trend line. Trying to draw a trend line there. We're intact for now. We'll see how this all works out. But off this last bottoming here, we defend this and we get back above that. Whatever laps the bears are, celebrating with, that'll be over. I have no dog in the race in the sense of, we go down, we go down, we go up, we go up. I'll figure out how to manage my positions regardless of what we do. But speaking of managing positions, I'm going to take a little off the table. And that'll do it. The rest we let ride. So NVIDIA, NVDA, also the name of Jim Cramer's dog. Interesting. So very much like the SPY, I had imagined the cues look exactly the same, and we can see big buying coming into the close here, and not nearly the selling on the compare counts. And we, 2 billion, 2 to 4 billion, 4 plus billion, 5 plus billion, 5.4 plus billion. And I mean, we can see the large caps are really taking off. Less new lows here. The new lows were trying to keep pace here and here, but couldn't. So I'd imagine the IWM is closing strong. They're closing strong across the board here. NVIDIA is going to be one of those. It's just one of those stocks with such a big float, and so many funds have it. And who's going to blink first on these funds? Essentially, who's going to be the real seller? And it's been a market like this for a long time. How many people want to be the buyer here? Or the seller here, but how many people want to be the buyer here type of stuff? And we just see it over and over again. So call it like a leapfrog chart. Leapfrog. We took a big leap there. And we'll see what happens here. But housing was real strong all through last year, real estate. So I took a shot here today on TPH, based on this overall trend. Yeah, it was something that I saw in the SPY, I don't know, maybe it was a year or two ago, and I said, this kind of looks like a game of leapfrog. No library, because there's literally an infinite amount of scans, and over 20 years or so of the software, there's got to be hundreds of thousands of scans that have been made. Between us and users. But what you can do is this: go to two options. You can do a regular channel bar. Where am I here? Regular channel bar, and you can go through everything in here. These are some of the more popular things that have gone on over the years. We update these once in a while based on what users are using and what they're not using. Probably something that'll die soon is this buzz. I don't imagine, we thought, Portnoy was attached to it and it's some bigger cap stocks and it might have some buzz just like the name, but that was not the case. So there's this channel bar you can go through. And then we do have the docked version. Get a docked channel bar and bring that over. There's the docked version. There's a few less channels in here because of the way things are formatted. And it puts them all into one kind of window like this here, but you have that there. And then if you come across anything, if you're going through videos of ours, YouTube videos and the like, and you come across anything, send us an email to that info@trade-ideas.com that I shared above. And if it exists still, we'll get it to you. And then, we're always happy to build a template of something. So if you have an idea of a scan that you want, we'll build you a template to it, surmising that we have those filters and alerts to do so, and get you something. And then from there, if you want to optimize it and back test it, or change anything, edit it one way or the other, we're obviously you're more than welcome to do that from there as well. Yes, so hold on one moment. I want to send something to someone here. Sorry, they're in another chat and another window on me here. And again, keep the questions coming for me, please. Load from cloud. Sorry, trying to update something here. There we go. Perfect. All right. Weekend was good. We had some snow here where I live, and so we did some sleigh riding and hot chocolate. Kind of hard to beat that kind of weekend for the winter. Thank you for asking. I hope yours was equally as nice. I also started studying. I've taken the level 1 entries for CMT designation in June, so I began studying this weekend too. A daunting task, doing Dow theory and intro to charts. Is there a way to filter by only stocks that have weekly options? No, not by weekly options. All we'll have for you on that is going to be this. If we right click, thanks, Sam. Yeah, exciting stuff. We'll see. The beginning is kind of easy because I have, a little bit of knowledge under my belt. We'll see what happens, 3 weeks in. And I hear level 2 is the toughest, and level 3 is hard, but level 2 is the toughest, is what I hear. So as far as options go, these are going to be your only options. Forgive my terrible dad joke. But this is what you got here. It's not done by, whether it's weekly or not on those options here, but just these here. And, for anybody, if you're looking at, well, what does this filter mean? If you click on the filter, you can either click help and it'll give you a page like this, giving you our definitions. I'll also note that Stephanie, who works in support with me, she is now updating this page, and I'm going to try to help her best I can moving forward. To make some of this a little clearer and just a little more information for you all in there. And then if that's not good enough to press help there for you, you can right click it and that will also give you a help option here. All right. So that's what we have for there. So that is that. Let's see, is there a way to filter a list of stocks trading close or at the 20 SMA? You got it there, Bright Beaches. Always happy. This is what I do this for. It's been quiet in here the last couple of weeks, and it puts me to sleep. I like it when it's engaging like this, so I took this upon myself to do this. Trade Ideas didn't reach out and said, hey, we need someone to do a late day Q&A. I said, you know what? I can't do a one-on-one for everybody, but what if we give another whole hour each day, half an hour of it live market, half an hour of it closed market, and see how this works out to get some users a little more education here on the software. So hopefully that works out. In the new year here, I started doing this. I guess it was the end of September of last year. Now you're asking, let's see, bat lights. You're asking about the 20 SMA. So yeah, we got that for you. We actually don't even need to do that to do it. If we come into the configure of any scan, whether it's a alert window or a top list, and we go to search, and we go to, and just type 20, all right, this is what we're going to get. So let's go with filters only. There we go. So filters only. So we have just want to try to narrow the search down here, look a little nicer. So this is what we have on the 20 SMA, all right? You've got 20 SMA in percent or bars, all right? And so this is going to essentially be like a distance from, all right? Then you have a 20 SMA on a 2-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, and 60-minute chart. And then you can see the 20 period versus the 8 on some different time frames there, and then versus the 200 on some different time frames there as well, all done as percents. So for example, if we're just looking at a traditional 20 SMA on a daily chart, let's say, we can go and we click this, all right, and we're going to add that filter, and we can go to the show me function, all right, and we have a minimum and maximum that we're going to add. And let's just say, for example, I put a 1 here and a 1 here. It'll say show me stocks where the price is exactly 1% above the 20 SMA. Or I could take that away and it can show me, it'll say show me stocks where the price is at least 1% above. Or I could put a 5 here, and now it's in between 1 and 5%. Or I can put a -1 here, and I can say show me stocks where the price is no more than 5% above, where it's also no more than 1% below, or it's right at the 20 SMA, and so on and so forth with that. So hopefully that helps. Well, there goes the market close. The market closed a moment ago. Sorry, I have my P&L is jumping all over the place because of closing and settling orders. Had me startled for a moment. Well, we almost made it back to green on the day today. Perfect. Glad that helps you out there. Excuse me while I have a sip of tea. So throw it out there. I haven't done a lot with Holly over the last few weeks covering her. She's actually had some really good days. Some of them quieter, some of them not. But just jump. Let's jump. Let's first start with a loser because I like to be unbiased with Holly. She has plenty of losers, and like I said, she's had a really great couple of weeks overall. I know at some point that'll turn where she's going to have a couple of bad weeks. We get 0 emails about Holly when she has good weeks. None. Not one email. The second she has a bad day, we get like 50 emails about how much money we lost people. It's kind of amazing. But let's start with the loser today. And so obviously today was a gap and reverse day, and that's what we saw exactly here. We gapped down, reversed all day long. Algo saw it, at this time. It saw what it saw on this. Plenty of volume here, but that's just not what was to be had today. All right, Sam, if I don't catch you, if I don't catch you on one side, hopefully I'll catch you on the other, and I'll get together with Andy, Steve, or someone, or all the above, and we'll get you something built. As far as that email that you sent in. So, thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. So with all that said that I was just mentioning, so, the algo saw what it saw. Looked like we were going to push lower here. Pop back up. We caught a range. And, it was a pullback short. So this had pulled back, and we thought, or the algo thought, we were headed back down. It wasn't the case. And that's, that's why we have stops and things like that. She got out on a reduced risk. It was a good call, as it kind of trended that way the rest of the day. OMI, another one here, same kind of concept. Cuts like a knife. Big gap down. Made a big move down. Started to reverse. Fill in the gap. Got kind of wicky on both sides of it in a range. Algo thought it was pushing back down. Unfortunately, went the other way. Got stopped out. Just, again, it is what it is. But, TJ Maxx, completely the opposite. Revision to the mean. And so this, we saw a gap down and a move down. All right. We went buyers and sellers were equal. And then it was a nice clean 15-minute chart for quite a while there on that reverse back up, kind of following the will of the market today. ACWI. Again, same concept here on the revision to the mean. That is not ACWI. This is ACWI. That gap down. We had a continuation. Buyers and sellers got kind of equal for a little bit here. And while the call was made early, you were never stopped out. And it was off to the races for you here. So patience paid off on that one. So, and Holly, just like the rest of the software, is exactly, what we say. It's trade ideas, not trade guarantees. We're returning idea generation. Some of the ideas are better than others. Some work better than others. Some take more time to work than others. These ideas aren't, necessarily based on any one specific trading strategy either. So, there's a lot that goes into all this. And, well, like I said, today she gets a good day. And if she doesn't, believe me, we'll hear about it. So that's, Holly for the day. Let's see, is there anything else noteworthy here? We could dive around the market, as we often do. Sorry, I just want to share something with someone. So I just want to share what Sam was poking around for in that email with some of the other guys here. Alright, so I've been watching this here. This is a forward testing this alert here for possibly someday going live with it in automation. It doesn't enter trades till 9:40 the way I've set it up, so this one kind of burns here. 16 seconds away from getting the entry on this for the forward testing, and it was a very solid alert, but I don't get it in my forward testing, and I can't change it just based on this alert. So 41.41 it entered, made a really nice run up, but still a good alert for manual trading anyways. Then we had these two here that would have fallen within the range of my forward testing. Sorry, I think I'm going to have to close some software here, because I am struggling quite a bit. All right, there we go. So nothing, overly fancy on this, but I'm just looking for solid stuff to, to automate and add to the portfolio. That's all. So not anything great, 507 on the alert and topped out somewhere in the 520s, but okay, could be worse. And the same idea here. 505 on the alert. Made it up 515 or something like that. That's probably about where it exited, and so 10 cents on that. But if it's something I can press play on, and at the end of the year I've added a couple of percent to my portfolio, that would be nice. Alright, you guys have gotten silent on me. And then I messed around with Barry's unusual option scanner, and I traded, this is his normal one, this is the one that I messed with. I traded his new high on the day alert for a breaking resistance. And so we can see a little bit of a contrast there. One alert his was better, one alert mine was better, and then he got one alert at the very end of the day that I did not get. So that's that. For those that aren't familiar with it, I think this is a pretty great alert for substitute on new highs. This breaking resistance or crossed above resistance here. And the reason I happen to like it is I just seem to sometimes struggle with new high alerts where I always seem to buy the last new high of the day or very close to the last new high of the day. Whenever I attempt to day trade. And so this will give me alerts that are not necessarily a new high on the day. And that's why I like that. So, if anybody's ever, you're playing around trying to figure out, what are some different alert events that I can use. This right here, these different crossed above alerts here. You have one that's confirmed, which is going to give you less alerts technically, and then one not confirmed. I use the not confirmed one personally so far. I've been pretty happy with some of the results that I've gotten from it. So there is that. All right, anybody with questions, we need something demonstrated, or we want to see something, please fire those away for me here. I hopefully I don't butcher this name, but I'm gonna go with Rohit. Um, what you sent wasn't a cloud link for us on that. If you're still here, if you can, that specific scan that you're looking at, right-click the scan, go to Save or Share to Cloud, all right, and then hit Save and Share, and that's gonna give you a URL like this, all right, and you're gonna copy and paste that to the email. If you can do it like that for me. Because what you sent isn't a link to this to a scan that I can get to like that. And sorry, I just saw something come in. When will trade ideas getting a J Powell is speaking alert? Ha! You. That's usually on the Fed schedule, so you just check their site or message Steve Leisman on Twitter. He'll tell you. When do you find the most common mistakes when people create? What do you find is the most common mistake with bearish alerts? I'll be honest, I almost never short. I've never really had a need to short. I know the day will come where we're going to be in a real bear tape, not a bear tape for 2 weeks like what happened with COVID. And I'll have to kind of flip the script then. Until then, I don't really know. But what I'll say this is, I think the most common error with shorting will be the same thing as the most common error with going long, is chasing. The saying goes, don't short in the hole. So, I think the SPY chart is a real great example of this here. Let's zoom in a little bit more, this daily chart, because it doesn't matter whether it's a daily or weekly. A candlestick's a candlestick, right? And so, nice, Empower, good deal. That's a good feeling. I was 3 for 3 on my dip buy today, and I took some off one of them to ride into tomorrow. So we'll see. For all I know, we gap down, and I'm 0 for 3 tomorrow. But what I mean by don't shorten the hole is, all right, if you decided to get bearish here, great. You had nice follow through that was there, all right. And if you were bearish here, okay. If you were bearish, very great. If you were bearish here, okay, you got a little bit of follow through here and here, and you had a chance to take some off the table here. But if you decided to get bearish, are you all still here? Because it just told me I disconnected. All right, well, I'm going to continue to talk as if you're all here. All right, perfect. So, all right, it blipped. All right, for some reason, OBS, which is the software we use, hates me. I'm going to scream it from the rafters tomorrow in our marketing meeting that we need to kill this and just get Zoom, full on Zoom. This is ridiculous. All right, but so if you had shorted here saying, "Oh, we're down, we're going to keep going down," that's called shorting in the hole right there. So this is not where you want to get short. Now, are we in a bear market? Are we in a bull market? We're obviously in a bull market. We haven't had a 20% drawdown from highs. That's what constitute a bear market. Are we now making a downward trend? Maybe. I mean, it's early to call it. And no, there are no top callers, there are no bottom callers. Anybody that thinks that, they're a liar. That's there's not many hills I'll die on, but that's the hill. The top callers are the ones that have called 47 tops for the last 6 years, and then they have to be right on one of them, obviously. But they'll forget about the 45 times that they were wrong beforehand. My point being, though, is let's just pretend that the winds are changing for us. Um, if you go through perfect circle almost any chart, you're going to find hammers everywhere. Sean just tweeted a hilarious tweet about nothing but hammer candles out there today. So I suspect XBI will be one of them. But so back to this. Let's just say that this was the top, and we are headed for a bear market. And while we can hit the tape down quickly, at the beginning, we've made the beginning of the drawdown. If hypothetically we are headed on a down trip, we'll probably see some kind of rip back this way, then maybe some consolidation, then the next leg down. And so I think that's where short sellers get themselves in trouble, is they just want to get that fast rip down, just like people that are going long want to get that fast rip up. And patience becomes the name of the game. Yes, you'll miss some with patience, but you'll also keep yourself out of trouble too. So I think regardless of long or short, that's where people get themselves in trouble, is chasing the move instead of finding a move, letting it reset, and seeing if there's something there. So hopefully that kind of helps. It helps you there, Bright Beaches, on what your question was on common mistakes. I think the common mistake is going to be the same on both sides. And I haven't experienced it trading yet, to be honest. But from what I understand is the moves up in a bear market are some of the most wicked moves up that catch people short real hard and blow people out of the water. And it comes back to, how did I get blown out of the water when I was short in a bear market? It's because there are some violent moves up in a bear market, that just catch people. That's all there is to it. And again, I have no idea if anybody is actually here. Looks like the stream is there. I'll be honest, Mike C. I don't watch CNBC at all for a long time now. It's probably been 8 months since I actually put CNBC on, and the only time I'd put CNBC on in the last 5 or 6 years was to watch, was just to see the Fed minutes come out, and I don't even watch that for the last 8 months anymore. I just cannot stand CNBC, the stuff that comes out of their mouths. But if there was one person on two people on CNBC that I would sit down and hang with, one would be Art Cashin for sure. Just that man has seen so much and has so much knowledge, and he just never seems to be. He just always seems to be even keeled and realistic about everything. The second person that I would tip a cap to is Brian Sullivan. I really like Brian Sullivan. I think he is a voice of reason in a world full of narrative. And he's one of the only people on CNBC that I actually follow on Twitter. I think there's a couple of other people that I still follow that I probably just need to unfollow them at this point too. But I like Brian Sullivan a lot. I think he's good stuff. Does that mean I think everything that comes out of his mouth is gold? No. But I think overall Brian Sullivan is, he tries to keep it as real as possible. I like his coverage on commodities, especially oil. I think he does a great job there. Once in a while I do miss seeing him on what is it, Worldwide Exchange in the morning. He does Worldwide Exchange in the mornings, him and Dom Chu. So it's not a knock against on anybody on CNBC, but they have an agenda. They're selling things, and I'm not buying what they're selling in general. That's all. So I'm sure they're all wonderful people, and having lunch and dinner with them, they'd be great people at the lunch and dinner tables. But that's it as far as I'm concerned with them. Just going to continue to pound home this one here. ARC continues to just struggle overall. Now, I know it had a big reversal today, but, just looking at that chart going back to last year into this year, not so hot looking. Berkshire B, so growth versus value. We're just seeing this just continue, train leaving the station. And even today, where it had a nice gap up, all right, trended down, and then caught wind back for the rest of the day. So a real nice tail on that one. I mean, that's a strong looking chart right there. Again, am I saying go run out and buy that? No. All I'm saying is, as a good overview of what is happening in the market, ARC and BRKB, and Buffett and Munger are not the kings for no reason. And while Kathy Wood has had her day in the sun, right now she's buried in the sand. That's all there is to it. And I'm sure she'll have her day again. She's no fool, just not going her way at the moment. And it's, things are cyclical, so she's out of the cycle for the moment. What she does, I'm sure she'll be back with authority. However, that moment is past for her for now. So, all right. Holy cow, it's 4:24. So we got 5 minutes and change here, everyone, before I wrap it up on the day. So, Frank White, quick question. How do we change theme on charts and candle colors? Thank you. So, Frank, first you got to be on our latest beta, which I believe is 5.5.52. And then all you can do with the charts is this. You can right click and you can come into select background color, and this is all you have the option of changing here. So you can change your up candles and down candle colors here, all right, and here for down candles, all right. You can change the outline of the wicks here, all right, you got that there. And then you can change the text of the price and the date. So this stuff here, you can change all of that. And then you can change the color background as well here, how you want to have that there. But that's all we offer for customizing on the charts like that. And the watermark, that's the other one too that you can do. But on the watermark, you just have a lighter or darker gray color, and then this here, up or down on how dark it is. That's what we have to offer there, Frank. And then here's something for you, Frank, and for everybody. This is one that I should keep reminding at least a few times a week. If you want to be alerted to every time we put out a new beta, and I personally recommend always being on the new beta. Before I worked for Trade Ideas, I always used the new betas. I never really had a problem. Yes, on occasion do we have a bug? Yes, they're usually few and far in between, and they should never affect your trading. But with that said, I've always run on our betas. I've never run on a production version of Trade Ideas since 2017. With that said, if you go to tools and you go to options, okay, and we have all these things here, and you go to upgrade on options, you have this for production releases or this for all releases. If you check that for all releases and then save it, every single time we have a beta update, your new here will highlight in a bold green, and if you click on it, it'll say update to the latest version or whatever, and it'll take you to our web page, and you'll be able to download the newest beta. Now, one really important thing here, all right, for anybody updating our software ever, On the download page, when you come here, there's almost always a production and beta version. On occasion, we don't have a beta. On occasion, it's rare. The first thing you always come to is the production version here, all right? There are notes here. Please read those notes carefully. All right, if you come across something on these bubbles, on these bullet points that doesn't apply to you, so be it. Skip it. But at least read the beginning of each bullet point. We make updates and changes, and it's good to know they happened. As you scroll past the production version, we then come to the beta version, okay? And the same thing here. There are bullet points on changes. And if you don't read these changes, all right, you will never know that we put in the Market Explorer, or that we had these changes here on Brokerage Plus. You know, oftentimes someone's operating system for whatever reason isn't jiving with their software. They get an error like this, and you can see here we have fixed people that are getting that error in this beta version here. Okay, now this doesn't apply to probably, if we've got 13,000 users, this probably only applies to 12,990 users. But my point being is that you can't know any of this stuff goes on if you don't read. Once again, here's where we discuss the Market Explorer being put in here. All right, you wouldn't know that that exists. You wouldn't know that these changes existed to external linking if you use external linking. All right, chart windows. You wouldn't know that we made these changes to the charts, and the list goes on and on and on. Okay, so really important. Not just to update, but to read what is behind those updates. And for those wondering, well, why do you guys update? We update for several reasons. One, we're trying to always improve the software, new tools. I know there's people that want new filters and new alerts. They're just not always on the docket. There are other things internally that we're doing here that have priority based on what the people that run the company and the development team can do that take precedent over some of these requests. But we also have to keep up. Microsoft makes updates. We have to make updates. Last year we had an issue where Microsoft made a bunch of updates to C++. Anybody with a new Windows PC that was around the time of April could not download our software for some reason, or if they downloaded it, it would not launch properly. And so they sent us their support files, and the dev team does whatever magic they do. They figured out why this was happening, and we had to put out a new beta update for those specific users. And that's kind of how things go sometimes. Always a pleasure, Mike C. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate the company. So I guess that winds it. All right, we're 4:30. I thank everybody for the questions and comments. Your engagement is what makes this a better community. And I always throw out there, while we don't necessarily teach trading, if you attend Barry's room, you attend the noon session, the noon Eastern session of these, you attend the 3:30 session here with me with these, you're bound to pick up some trading stuff. It's just how it goes. This is how I learned trading, was literally through these things that Trade Ideas does. Read a book or two here and there, but 90% of what I do is through here. Now, of course, I'm looking to take things to the next level with CMT, but one step at a time. With all that said, Barry opens the regular trading room at 8 a.m. in the morning. You can get in there as early as that. He gets on the mic at 9. Barry opens this stream at 9 o'clock every single morning. We take over the stream from him, us traders, here at noon Eastern for an hour. And then again, I take back over 5 days a week, or at least every market day, I take back over at 3:30 Eastern and do this. So we really try to make ourselves available. We put ourselves out here in the public for a reason. We believe in what we're doing. We believe in the software. We believe in this community. So thank you all for popping in. And I hope to see every one of you, and tell anybody that's ever interested, you come across in life that's interested in this, tell them, join a live session. They've got nothing to lose. Everything we do education wise is free for anybody at any time, because we believe in what we're doing, and we believe that when people come and see these live Q&As, they're going to see the power of Trade Ideas and what it can do for them. So again, I thank you all very kindly. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday night, and I will catch you back here tomorrow, 3:30.